Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please push the person button on your microphone or raise your hand virtually. Those in the room will have their microphone turned on when they are recognized to speak. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, approach one of the two podiums on either side of the dais, and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jim. Jim, do we have any notified absences tonight?
Oh, we do not.
Okay. We could do roll call. That would be great.
Sure. Sorry, give me a moment. All right. Alder Glenn?
Here.
Alder Glenn is here. Alder Revere?
Here.
Alder Farrell Cole? Here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra's here. Ms. Farley? Ms. Farley. Ms. Clemens?
Here.
Ms. Harrington? Here. And shoot, I don't have my thing. Am I missing one?
I think that's it.
Chair of the quorum.
Thank you. So I call the May 22nd meeting, special meeting of the ALRC to order at, what time is it?
5:39.
5:39 p.m. Jim, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any general public comment. No.
Okay. At this time, members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Committee, do we have any disclosures or recusals? See none. Up first is public hearing regarding refuel pantry. We're going to take up items 2 through 16 for that. Do we have any registrants for these items?
We do. We have 3 registrants. Joshua Taggets is in neither support or opposition, wishing to speak. And then we have Lakbir Singh, either in support or opposition, available to answer questions, and Melissa Jacobson, neither in support or opposition, available to answer questions.
Okay. And so since this is a special meeting, we're going to do things a little bit differently. So I guess we'll open up the floor to our city attorney to let us know why these licenses have been separated.
Okay, since I believe this is the first time some members of this committee have dealt with a separation hearing, so I'll just give an explanation as to why we are here and why this type of meeting happens. So every year when a liquor license is renewed, the Common Council has to either grant or deny the renewal by June 15th of each year. The renewal applications come in up until April 30th, so the timeline is extremely tight between when we get the renewal applications, get through them, have our meeting, and are able to assess whether we want to non-renew any license. And since that statutory timeline makes it virtually impossible to non-renew a license, we have these separation hearings where, when there are licenses that we are planning to renew, but there are concerns with the establishment, then we separate them out for this meeting, because at the time of issuance and at the time of renewal are two occasions when we can put conditions on a license. And so that is why we have this separation hearing. And obviously, you'll hear on each one of these licenses why they were separated out. And then, well, Amber can tell you what you all can do with the information once it's before you. But in terms of refuel pantry, they came to my attention because there was an incident at their Cottage Grove location where they sold THC products to middle schoolers, some as young as 12 years old, and the kids consumed the product and had very bad reactions. Some of them had to go to the hospital. And when I found out about that incident, I was curious whether they had licensed operators on site at their establishments, and I also knew that there were several licenses for this owner, and so I asked the Department of Beverage if they would inspect his establishments to see if there were in fact licensed operators on site. And she got to not all of them, but a good chunk of them. And there were several that did not have licensed operators on site when she did her inspection. There were some other paperwork issues which I'm not really concerned about, but that she found in her inspections. And so I separated this out, one, because the selling the hemp products to children and failing to have licensed operators on site. And I'm also want to make sure that the operator is aware of our ordinance regarding age restrictions on hemp-derived products. There are several regulations in there that anybody who's selling these products is required to comply with. And so one thing that I want to come out of this meeting is that he has 10 days to comply with that ordinance, the regulations related to the hemp-derived products at all of his locations.
And who do we have that will be representing Refuel Pantry today? I'm Attorney Josh Taggett. Okay, if you could come up here, please. Do we have just the attorney? Yeah, that one's better if you're taller.
All right, so thank you for having me today. I'm here today, I represent Refuel Pantry. I also have Lakbir Singh here as well. He's the president of Refuel Pantry, and Melissa Jacobson as well, who is the operations manager. I don't think they're planning to speak, but if you do have some questions that would be helpful for us to address, they're here to help me out with that. I guess I'll start. I want to make it clear that Refuel Pantry wants to make sure that they come into compliance with all of these issues. So that's something we've been working on. They've been very proactive in making some adjustments, and I really want to just mainly go through what those are. I do want to briefly talk about the incident with these edibles that was mentioned, because I think it's important to have a little bit of the background there on what specifically happened, as well as it relates to the operator's license. So first of all employees are always trained in with both on-the-job training, and then there's also online training that they take, the Learn to Serve online courses. So they're made aware of the Madison ordinances as it relates to the edibles, but also from an alcohol perspective. they're made aware of the requirements there. This was sort of a one-off incident where an employee was relatively new. We believe they'd been through the Learn to Serve class. They had the on-the-job training, and this particular employee made a mistake. As I understand it, the product was behind the counter. There seems to be some question about whether it was sort of on the counter or behind the counter. Moving forward, to the extent there's any issue at any of the locations, make sure it's fully behind the counter. But in this event, this newer employee, failed to require ID. This particular product, also, I think one of the problems here is this particular product had the appearance. I've seen a picture of the product. Kind of looks like candy, and so that's one of the problems here as well. And that may have caused some confusion for the employee. That particular employee is no longer with Refuel Pantry, so that we've moved on from that employee. This isn't something that we're aware of ever having happened in the past, and we don't have any reason to believe this is going to recur. Like I said, I'm going to get into a couple of the things that have been done since then to proactively prevent it. So one of those things is retraining all the managers at these locations on the importance of this issue. That involves even one-on-one meetings with the managers to emphasize the importance as it relates not just to alcohol, but also to the edibles, obviously the CBD edibles. And then I think this is really a key thing that they've done. They've changed the point of sale system such that it now prompts the cashier to require ID whenever any of these alcohol or edibles products are sold. So that's going to prevent these types of similar mistakes from recurring. I think had that been in place prior to this new employee, he would have been prompted when he scanned the product. So it's a proactive step in that direction. The point of sale system also has a scanner that then scans the license to verify that the license is legitimate, and then, of course, the age of the person making the purchase. They've also done something kind of interesting. They required now that the vendors of these products educate the managers and employees about the products when the products are delivered to the store. That's more of a secondary thing, but it's something that they're doing just to kind of, again, it's another point. It's kind of a win-win. They learn more about the products, but their employees then get some of that reinforcement. The other thing they've done is they've pulled this particular product off the shelves, and they're no longer going to sell anything at these locations where you would have a product that resembles candy or that might be attractive to, a child in some way. So they've done that to just to make sure that, again, to prevent the risk of anything like this happening again. As it relates to this incident, Refuel Pantry has not seen the police report. They have not been issued a citation. There's no indication that this issue has ever happened in the past or that it will happen again. And I think with the proactive steps they're taking, it's highly unlikely that anything like this would happen again. Quite honestly, no reason to believe it would happen again. And so I think they've really done well with those issues. The invoices issue, so this was just kind of a clerical thing at the particular site when the folks arrived asking about the invoices from the wholesalers. The employees that were there in a couple of these instances, a couple of the stores, didn't actually know where the invoices were located. So there actually were physical invoices located on site. There were also invoices that are stored in a cloud-based system, but on the cloud, that's only access is only for the managers. And so within the day that this happened, managers arrived, they provided the invoices. There's no indication that there was anything hidden here or anything like that. This was just a matter of making sure that the invoices get there. So in terms of what's been done to fix this moving forward, well, all employees have been trained where these invoices are located now. They've got a color-coded folder that says it's for inspections on it. All the employees know where this folder is. And so I think that kind of sorts out what I think is a clerical issue. Obviously, one they wish had not occurred, but I think one that was pretty easy to solve and will be solved moving forward. And then I'll come to the last thing that was mentioned, the operator's license issue. There were 4 instances where this appears to have come up. There's slightly different background for each one. So again, I'll kind of walk through what happened at each location and then what's been done, what I think has been done that will completely solve the issue moving forward. So first, 699 Whitney Way, there was a cashier there, Abdul, that didn't have a license. This was an employee who I think management thought had a license because of some past employment experience, but the application process had not been properly completed. So we understand this was actually corrected that day, and within the hour, this particular individual was approved for a license. 699 Gammon Road, there was a cashier, Ali. He had done training, but apparently had not paid the fee. So that issue was corrected, and again, the application was immediately initiated. And during that time, the business operations were actually paused, we think for about 30 to 60 minutes during that period as well to make sure that that got corrected. 6702 Mineral Point Road, there's a cashier there, Muhammad. He actually had a license, but it wasn't printed. So it was just, again, he needs to have that available. That's been corrected, and the license was printed. The inspectors were shown the probationary license before departing the location. And then at the Mill Pond location, there was a manager that went to get change from the bank. The remaining employee that was there did not have a license. He's the employee that should have gone to the bank. In light of that, that was a mistake that was made. And again, there was no alcohol being sold during this time, but because it was available in the store was open, we take responsibility in that way, and we realize that, that can't happen moving forward. So what's been done as it relates to this issue? The biggest thing is that now all 25 to 30 employees of Refuel Pantry now have probationary or permanent operators licenses. So that just sort of solves the problem. Make sure moving forward that all the employees before they get a shift have licenses. Management requires copies of all the licenses. And in fact, I was told the employees are actually been warned, if you don't get your license renewed, you're not going to get new shifts. So moving forward, everyone that's employed there that'll be working there will have a valid license, whether it be probationary if they're a newer employee or a permanent license. And then that also prompts, obviously, making sure that the renewal happens every single year to make sure that that continues to happen. So again, I think with that perspective, if everyone has a valid license, it sort of takes that risk away, and the risk of those mistakes are taken off the table moving forward. So just in closing, I'd say Refuel Pantry, I think they've learned the lesson from this. These are all first-time violations, and frankly, they're glad that these issues were brought to light and brought to their attention. Refuel Pantry, they're not a repeat problem operator. This was sort of an embarrassing incident for them, and they've expended a lot of time and efforts both investigating what happened and now correcting these issues. That's why we're all here today. I would also note, these issues forced business operations to close temporarily, so that, they had an impact on their business, but I think they did the right thing during those periods. And with that, I guess I would just respectfully request the renewal of the license, ideally without conditions, and I thank you for your time today.
I just have one other question that I forgot to talk to you about. So there's a location on Mill Pond, and he had gambling machines in that location. And do you know whether those have been removed?
I don't know.
Okay.
And this is Lakbir Singh. He's the president of Refuel Pantry.
Yes, we don't have that. So when we were told about that, they were removed right away. So that was from the previous ownership.
Okay, thank you. The other issue at several of the locations was that the seller's permit and the license wasn't properly posted. So that's another thing that is more, the Department of Alcohol Beverage, they inspect more routinely, and that's one of the things that they always flag. So you want to make sure that in all of your locations you have those properly posted.
We'll make sure it's posted. But we usually, do you know, Melissa, if they were done or no? Do we? Because we emphasize that at other locations too, right?
We do. Yeah. So that's usually the first thing we do. Sometimes Sometimes they might disappear or fall down and get swept up, but that's the first thing we do is put those licenses on the wall or on a cork board or somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll double check and we'll get it all posted if it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Is that everything?
I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for our licensees? Or the representative?
This, do I have to raise my hand or?
Yeah,
I'm
just
not
hit the
sure.
little button.
I did.
Eventually see it.
I did. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. So a couple questions. With there's two questions I have, so I'm going to start with the second one because I remember the first one already. But would you say something about everyone is going to have a license or required to have a license to work with you? So is that the burden put into the employee to pay for the licenses, or is that going to be managed?
Yeah, if the employee cannot afford it, we will help them get a license and maintain their license for the year.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to asking for no conditions, I mean, we're here now, so it's kind of like our job is to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And I get it, I appreciate everything that you've done so far on correcting the issue, but what's the harm of putting conditions if you're already doing what, what's the point of asking no conditions at this time?
I think the purpose of requesting no conditions is mainly just, moving forward, if you have a condition that somehow gets violated, then that likely puts the alcohol license at greater jeopardy. So I think these are all things they are committed to doing. Some of them, obviously, or a lot of them, I would say, go above and beyond what the law would require. And I think they would just prefer not to have conditions linked to the license because of that. That's mainly the reason.
I mean, wouldn't you think that having the conditions on the license that is already posted at the facilities will actually be a more clear reminder of, continuous training on what is allowed or not allowed?
I guess I'll leave that to the committee
Okay.
to decide. I think that just in working with Melissa and Lockbeer, they're very committed to making sure that things proceed in compliance moving forward and that, these incidents don't recur. It's something that's really important to them. I think they're really good and diligent people that want to make this go well moving forward. And so I that's all I would say about it.
And maybe for you guys, this is a new product that is in the market. This is something that we have struggled with as a, not so much here yet, but as an alder, we have worked on creating new ordinances to try to manage what is coming down the pipe, which nobody knows exactly what it is. And one of the biggest problems is that these things look like candy. So it's not just the one packaging. There's so many of them that look like that. So when you say that we remove this product, what are we talking exactly about? Like all the products that look like candy, which is like a large number of them, or the one product that causes issues here?
Yes, yeah. First of all, we took this very seriously. We want to comply with the city and we want to be good business people and good neighbors to our communities. So once this thing happened, we learned from it, what happened, why this happened. But coming to your point, this particular one product which caused this did look like a candy. So that's the product which we removed. And it'll be nice to kind of if there are any, before this, there was vape products, right? But there was a lot of gray areas. There was no a list of things we can carry or not carry. And we were always on the edge that we didn't know what to carry, what not to carry, because vendors would come in and say, this is legal, this is not. Now the state has created a directory. It has made our job much easier, to comply with. So I wish there is a directory like that for these products also, where what we can carry, what we can't. It makes it easier. But what we're trying to do it is on our end, what we can limit, what we see that this could be the thing that it could look like a candy, which would trigger a middle school to buy it, or a cashier would be thinking that it's a candy that he can sell it, So those are the things which we are doing right now to get rid of, yes. Yeah.
And then for you, the points, the system that you use, the point of sale system, are you going to add the request for verification to the entire product line or just the product that?
Yes, yep, yeah. So we are actually like, 'cause this has just come up within the last, 2-3 years, I think, where it has become more available. So that's one of the challenges too. So a lot of our employees, I've been doing this for 20 plus years, even like the courses which are available, like Learn to Serve or any of the other ones, they're more geared towards alcohol, not for products like this, So that's where I think this incident happened, was one of those reasons, because this market is evolving and a lot of the people don't pay attention to that. They always look for ID for alcohol product. It's kind of in their mind that to check for somebody's ID so that's what, once this thing happened, we took it seriously. So we made all that category as regulated industry products in our system. So anytime we're selling any of those products, it prompts the cashier to check for an ID. So we made it across the board.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pose my questions to you, Attorney Taggett, and then you can direct them to your clients, whatever. The first question, which probably you don't know the answer to, but out of curiosity, I know there are 14 alcohol license establishments in the city of Madison that your client owns. Do you know how many he owns in the state and other jurisdictions?
Yeah, I'd have to defer to them on that.
Yes. Yeah, so we have, under the refuel pantry, we have 14, but we have different entities.
Right, I remember that from when you were here before.
Yes, yep, yeah. And I've been doing business in the city of Madison for 20 plus years, with some other, under different names, but never had any problems. But yeah, so overall, I have a portfolio of 60 plus sites.
Over 60
Yes,
liquor licenses in the state?
yes.
Oh, thank you. So, again, it's kind of awkward, I know. Attorney or Mr. Singh, one of the things that really shocked me when I heard about this was the significant number of establishments that were open without a licensed operator, given your history, which I remember clearly, especially when you were here for all the Capital Petrol licenses a few years ago. I've been on this committee quite a while, and I know from personal experience that large, I'll say chain, that might not be the right word, but large enterprises like yours, like say Quick Trip or Kelly Williamson, have a very precise policy regiment where they ensure that all of their employees, at least one licensed employee, is there while alcohol is being sold. Could you go into more detail as to, and I realize the attorney's already covered this, but more detail how you will ensure that we don't see you back here for similar operator license violations, especially now that the State Division of Alcohol Beverages, very much has you all on their radar and might be checking you in other jurisdictions, not just the city of Madison. And I don't know if that's more appropriate too for you, Ms. Jacobson, or whoever wants to answer, please.
Yeah, I think I can answer that question. So we have ensured, so one of the problems why this happened at these locations was because we inherited some of the older management when I took over that portfolio, not blaming on that but we had to make some internal changes because in order to run those sites, we kept all the employees and all the management people, and some of the things they were supposed to do were not done, So that's when we stepped in, when Melissa came in, so now we are overseeing those sites to make sure that everybody is licensed. We want to get a copy of the license and scheduling. So we are overseeing that properly through the channel. So that's one thing was missed was older management versus newer management. Even though we took over, but we still had, it was hard to replace everybody at one time. So there were some problems with the old management, old ownership. So we kind of inherited some of their employees too, and which were not trained according to our standards.
And so, again, a little awkward, Attorney Taggett versus Mr. Singh, whoever again wants to answer. So did I understand correctly that in the previous testimony that your new policy your policy going forward is that every employee will be required to be licensed, or only some employees, so that you only have one person working the shifts where alcohol is legally allowed to be
Yes.
sold?
Yeah, so to close any gaps, I think we have implemented that we require everybody employed at these premises to have a license. Even in these instances which happened, like where employee didn't print his license because his license was at another site, so he didn't have it on because we were moving some people around. So I think that was one of the reasons too. So now we require everybody to, whoever is working at the shift, to have a license. Yeah.
I think that's an excellent policy. It's my understanding of the other firms that I mentioned that that's their policy, is that every employee that's selling alcohol is required to be a licensed operator, even though, as you know, the statute only requires one on the premise anytime the alcohol is sold. And I don't know how many of your stores you have multiple employees working, together, but
Thank you. Yeah, we are kind of learning from other people because we are kind of growing, and we had these growing pains where things got missed, and we are fixing them. We are taking it seriously and fixing those problems. And also like paying for some of the employees, some who can't afford it. So we took it on ourselves that if we need to pay for their license, it's in our best benefit, to do it. So
I appreciate that. So you're reassuring us this evening that every single employee, more or less as part of the human resources hiring process, will be licensed in whatever jurisdiction your stores are located in as an operator?
So in Madison, we are doing that.
Only in Madison, I
Right,
guess.
at this time.
Not my business what you do in other
'cause
jurisdictions.
because other jurisdiction, there is some kitchens involved. People they don't want to go through the licensing process. There might be 3 cooks on the shift. So it's, wastage of resources to get them the license because they are never on the counter. They're always behind in the prep areas, so that's the reason.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you wish to add anything at all? Okay. Well, you'll be in charge of all this in new policies, obviously. So, yeah, I appreciate you, Ms. Jacobson and Mr. Singh, for implementing these new procedures. I think they're very important given the amount of violations. And I counted 5. By the way, I think you mentioned 4 operator license violations, but 5 different stores, if I understand the Assistant City Attorney's memo, were involved, and then many others, as you, I'm sure, read in the memo, and also that our prosecutor mentioned, were not checked because the Division of Alcohol Beverages didn't have the resources. But as I said, I think you should assume that DAB and perhaps the Madison Police will be visiting your establishments more regularly now. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no, we take it very seriously. We want to fix it. We want to work with you. We want to work with the city and the police administration. We are here for the long run. We want to do the business the right way. And we have actually done a lot of other things to fix those sites, with imaging, with lights, with a lot of the operational things have been fixed. Like we get a lot of compliments from the neighbors that since we took over, sites are nicer, cleaner. We take care of our sites. But there were some things missed, and we take full responsibility for it, and we'll make sure that we become good neighbors and responsible business people.
I appreciate that. I too have noticed just your curb appeal is much better than the previous Capital Petrol locations. Yeah, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the license holders or their attorney? Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. A quick clarification question for Attorney Taggett. You mentioned that hemp-derived products were being removed from counters in all locations. I think you said like where possible. Can you just talk a little bit more about, is that happening universally? And then for Mr. Singh, do you sell hemp-derived products at every single one of these 14 locations?
On the first question, I think the answer is that is the plan to make. What I was mentioning is just, you have things that might be on the counter as opposed to fully behind the counter. And there was some question, I think, in this instance of where those products were located. So just make sure that they'll be behind the counter moving forward. That's what the point was. And then
Yep, yeah. So I think that's what some of the confusion is. We were considering anything on the counter means behind the counter. I think that was the interpretation. We were thinking that that's what it meant, but if it's otherwise, let us know. We'll make the changes, because each store is different. Like some may have space on the back end, some may not, but whatever you guys think is the right thing to do, we'll do it that way. But none of our product is in the aisle where somebody could go and grab it. It's always that cashier has to serve it, like they have to give it to them. So I think, is that what I'm?
Thank you. Just wanting to clarify because it sounded like it wasn't 100% clear to me. And then just, do you sell TH or hemp-derived products at every single location?
Yes, yep, yeah. So I think a lot of the drinks are THC2 nowadays, which are available in the cooler, but they are not required to be behind. So that's why I think there is a lot of gray area in this. It'll be nice for us also, to know that what can be behind the counter. So yeah, but I think there is like a lot of the beer products are THC2, which everybody sells from the cooler too nowadays. Some energy drinks are being sold, So it's like, where do you draw the line? What do you keep behind? Where, so.
Got it. Thank you. No other questions for me right now. Thanks.
Alder Cole.
Thank you. Yes, those were discussions that we also had when we were trying to put the ordinance and thinking about process in the future, specifically the things that we keep on the cooler, how to manage those sales. But just to confirm once again, will those also be included in your point of sale system as an item that needs ID?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Attorney.
I just wanted to add that was a condition that I did want to place, is that they comply with the regulations in 23.202 no later than June 10th, 2026. So it's a one-time thing.
Okay. And Alder Glenn.
Yeah, I heard mention from attorney that the distributors were going to be doing some educational. I'd like to hear more about that. What kind of education is coming in through distributors, and will that be across the board with these products as they come in?
Yeah, so it's like, it's not like an official education, but it's just a reinforcement. Like, 'cause some of these products, people don't know that there's a new product coming, we are going to be selling in the store. So they actually label it separate, that this is a THC product and that it belongs behind the counter or in that designated area. So that's kind of education, is like they talk to the manager and let them know that these are the new items, so people don't get confused if it's a THC product or not a THC product. So we are just making our vendors educate the managers and the employees when they deliver.
And I would just add, to be clear on that, that's definitely a secondary item. It just adds another checkpoint to making sure that there's compliance across the board. So it's not the primary way in which any of these things are happening. It's just another opportunity to, again, provides a chance for education for the employees there, but also gives us a chance to learn more about the products.
So it's more so because of the evolution of the product and packaging and things coming in, it is kind of more of an alert to your trained staff in being able to know what products should be out. Would that be more clear?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, committee, are there any more questions for the license holders? Are there any questions for staff? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Could we ask Assistant City Attorney Zilovey to please restate the city's recommended condition?
That would be that the licensee comply with the regulations contained in Madison General Ordinance 23.202 at all locations no later than June 10th of 2026.
The date one more time, please.
You want me to say it again?
Oh, sure, the whole thing. I just want to make sure I have the date correct.
Oh, that the licensee will comply with the regulations in Madison General Ordinance 23.202 at all of the licensed locations in Madison no later than June 10th, 2026.
Thank you.
Alder Glenn.
Yeah, I just wanted, think I seen Captain Hart here. I just wanted to know if there were any recommendations from MPD on this with conditions or anything.
Thank you, Alder. I concur with what Attorney Zillivi has said here. I do not have any others that I wish to add at this time.
Thank you.
That was all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Alder Cole.
Thank you. Attorney Sylvie, can you just summarize what's in MGO 23.202?
The ordinance is titled Age Restrictions on Hemp-Derived THC Products, and the regulations deal with where products are placed, required signage, and obviously the age restriction that they cannot be sold to anyone under the age of 21. And then there's a retailer location provision, but that doesn't apply here. So it's primarily the signage, the placement of the product, and the requirement to not sell to anyone under 21.
And what does the signage looks like for you? Would that be like the coolers will be labeled, this is,
It says the retailer shall conspicuously post a sign in each area within their premises where any hemp-derived cannabinoid products are sold to consumers, stating that the sale of any such product to any person under the age of 21 is unlawful under this section. And it prohibits those products from being sold from a vending machine or similar device. They must be displayed from behind a sales or service counter so that no person may access it without assistance by an establishment employee. And in terms of beverages, they may be displayed in a cooler that is not behind a sales or service counter. They may be stored or displayed outside an enclosed cooler only when they are in sealed cases, cartons, or multi-pack packaging. Single cans, bottles, or other individual containers are not permitted to be stored, displayed, or kept outside the enclosed cooler at any time. And that is specific to the hemp-derived beverages.
so, yeah, and then the date, what's the expiration date for this condition?
That they have to comply no later than June 10th of
Okay.
2026.
Okay, so do you, I know can I ask a question from them, even though we passed that already, but, I mean, they're still standing there, I'm sorry, guys. So about the labeling, do you have that system in place today?
Yes, I think we don't have it, but we can get it. I think a lot of the vendors are willing to help with their products, so we can make it mandatory for them that if they bring in a product, that they bring the signage to. So if we will get a copy of that ordinance, share it with our vendor network, and I think it's feasible, it will be done by that time.
I just want to make sure that you understand what the ordinance is asking for. And then in regards to the timing, so June 10th, what is that going to be enough time to get into compliance? Since you already have most of these things already there, are you going to be able to get into compliance?
Yes, we'll start working from tonight.
Okay.
But yeah, no, definitely, this is a priority for us.
just don't want to
You know,
discuss
we want to
this again.
comply with everything, so we have the team and we will make this happen. But I think we just need to understand what's required. I think our vendor network is really good with educating that, and once we share it with them, they'll be able to come up with the signage, what's needed at each site, and we will kind of put the burden on them and check it ourselves, that they put the signage and we make sure we approve it and everything is taken care of. Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Alder Glenn.
Yeah, I was trying to look at map and I don't know. I just want to also make sure that the vendor is aware of the zoning restrictions with distance for hemp-derived products too. So yeah, it might be need some time to look at it because there might be a location or two that is within the 1,320 feet of either a school, a YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, Child Care Center, playground, parks, youth serving community centers. That is also in that ordinance for hemp-derived products. So since you're not aware of the hemp-derived products, I want to give you the time to look through it and know that if there needs to be other adaptations for the stores.
Alder, the provision that you're referencing does not apply to businesses that were selling these products prior to January 1st, 2026?
Okay. All right. So going further though, because it sounds like it's a gentleman with a portfolio, that does exist for the new businesses. So I just wanted to make sure that that's on there. Thank you, Attorney Zillivi.
Okay, are there any other questions of staff or the applicants? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. Nothing for the license holders.
Okay.
We could have them
I'll
sit
let you
down
guys
perhaps.
go
I don't
sit
know.
down.
Oh,
I know there was a question about the expiration of that, which I understand there's a date by which they're supposed to come into compliance. I'm just wondering if it would make sense to have some expiration at the end of that, if there were some issue. I guess what I'm thinking of is like if there was some issue 5 years from now, is that then they're not in compliance with the ordinance? And this is like an ongoing condition or something like that. I'm just not sure how that works, so that's why I'm raising it now.
Since it is an ordinance, they should be in compliance with it all the
Yes.
time.
But I assume the point of adding the condition is to make sure that that compliance is linked to the alcohol license specifically. And so that's why I'm wondering if there's an expiration or if it's just, if there's a violation sometime in the future, no matter how far out into the future, that would be an issue for their alcohol.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not really a condition then on the license because the condition is for, I mean, we're talking about the license that will be issued July 1st. So it's a very adamant request that they get that done by June 10th. And if they were to be inspected after that time and they don't have it done, then there would definitely be a consequence.
Right. But I assume that inspection would take place within some reasonable time frame after that June 10th compliance date. I raise that only because obviously if there was an issue at one of the locations, again, sometime in the distant future, then I would raise some question, I guess, like was there an issue getting into compliance or not? That's the only reason I bring it up. There's every intention, of course, to make
Right.
sure they're coming into compliance and remaining in compliance with that ordinance. But maybe I just wanted that to be considered, that's all.
You're being like me and overthinking it.
I'm sure that I am, so.
I think we're all set.
Okay, I'm
We will-
happy to-
We will gladly call you back up if we have any questions. Jim?
Nope, it
Oh.
was already addressed.
Okay, it was already addressed. So I think we're all in the same wavelength. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Further questions of Assistant City Attorney Zillivi, please. So, and perhaps I'm overthinking this, that is a phrase just used, but it seems to me that our actions on each of these various agenda items, 2 through 16, are only the license year beginning July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, to Attorney Taggett's last question of you. So with that said, it seems to me that although I think it's critically important that the license holder has pledged to be in full compliance of the hemp-derived THC product ordinance, but that if we have a date of June 10th, 2026 on a license that won't be issued by the city until after that date. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
my thought was for the actual conditions that would be printed on the individual licenses, renewal licenses, that we wouldn't include the exact date, but obviously critically important that it's on the record here today in the colloquies we've been having. You see,
So
understand my
you're
point?
saying a condition that just says shall maintain compliance with
Yes. that's what I was thinking.
23.202.
Yes. What I jotted down, just for everyone's benefit, using the format that we use here in our committee, generally is, what I thought of was, quote, "Establishment shall comply with all regulations contained in MGO 23.202 relating to hemp-derived THC products."
Yeah, I mean, even though it's an ordinance, just because of the nature of the product and the seemingly statewide, sometimes confusion on the product, I think it would probably be a good idea, if nothing else, a reminder that that regulation is out there and has to be complied with.
Thank you. Yes, I couldn't agree more. So my intention was to move that at the appropriate time, and I thought just maybe adding the phrase relating to hemp-derived THC products so that each of Mr. Singh's employees that might choose to read the license, which shall now be on the wall, posted as required by statute, actually calls that out, that's what MGO 23.202 relates to, yeah.
So Mike, you're thinking like we do with the must be a restaurant at all times
Exactly, yeah.
in there? Just calling attention to it.
Does anyone want me to read one more time what I was suggesting, maybe? Or you got it? Well, I'll do it as part of a motion, of course, if appropriate. but-
Pardon?
Is that okay,
Oh, yeah.
Attorney Zilli?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great, okay, thank you.
I do have one question for Attorney McReynolds on this. From an ALRC point of view, adding a condition like this to the license for hemp-derived products, which aren't necessarily under the purview of ALRC right now, is that an appropriate condition to add to a license? Since we haven't done anything, I don't believe, and, had to do this in a long time with like tobacco products or things like that. Are we sending an unfortunate type of precedence by doing this that could get us into maybe trouble somehow along the way?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's an issue with that. I mean, the ALRC sometimes puts conditions on related to noise or, other things that aren't, specifically alcohol related. So I don't see a problem with this.
And just to add to that, it does state in our ordinance that a condition of the license is that they comply with the Madison General Ordinances. So it's redundant, but I think, as I mentioned, because the regulation of hemp-derived products is chaotic, I think it's important to to have that,
And it could be no by November with
right?
what they've done, so. Okay. I think, I don't see anyone in the queue. I think, Mike, we're ready for you.
Thank you again, then. So, for agenda items 2 through 16, I move to grant renewal of the Class A beer, Class A liquor, and Class A cider licenses with each of the existing license conditions, in addition to a new condition on each of the licenses that reads as follows: establishment shall comply with all regulations contained in MGO 23.202 relating to hemp-derived THC products.
And we have a second from Ms. Clemens. Any discussion? I will have one thing to say. I think this condition, as we've brought up, is a very good one, like we have done with the restaurant one, and that we should look at going forward, adding this as a reminder to all of the licenses of places that can be selling these type of products. Because I even forgot we have that ordinance out there, especially since it's fairly new. Yep. Alder Cole.
So I'm sorry, I know you guys were back and forth about the date situation. So, and then I know you went back and forth with the attorney, and I still don't understand what the concern was with the date.
So, because since we are talking about the renewal of the license.
I got that.
So if we would say they have to comply by June 10th, if we state that, that is going to be printed on the new license, and it doesn't really make any sense because it's June 10th, 2026. So I have stated that that's what we're looking for, is by June 10th, they need to comply. But we're putting the condition on the license that at all times they have to comply with 23.202 with no date associated with it.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm also like trying to make, how do we make the message clear that they have to comply yesterday? Because if we want to do an audit, like when is the day and a fair time to do an audit?
Well, that's why I'm saying, even though it won't be on the license that's issued July 1st, I'm saying you need to have it done by June 10th. If by some chance somebody came out to inspect on June 12th, it would not be good if you did not have those things in compliance. So
I just want to make that clear, that
Yes.
that is not now that we remove the date, that we're not giving up the right to inspect you because we don't have a date in writing.
Right.
So I'm okay with no date, because, everybody should be following the ordinances no matter what. But I want to make that clarification that date is still out there with some validity to it. Thank you. And then and to Ms. Westra's point, anyone that is listening to it, we are in murky territory, and we will be working on these things, and we don't know exactly where they're going to land, if in this commission or not, but this is an issue in the city right now, and people can really get hurt. So these products, the state on that we are currently having right now with the laws, it really puts even a higher responsibility on whoever decides to put this available on their stores. So I appreciate you guys coming here and all the actions that you have taken to own the problem and making the changes. So I really, truly appreciate that. This could go in so many different ways. So hopefully in the future, when we are really digging into this, how we're going to manage, we can partner with companies like yours to make the regulations that we need to make sure that it makes sense for the business, but most important for the community. So thank you everyone for showing up today for this one. So,
So is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none. So we have a motion and a second on this. Any objections to approval? Seeing none, these items are approved with their existing conditions and the new conditions. Up next, we have item 17, the separated liquor license renewal for Bell Great Lakes LLC doing business as Taco Bell on 534 State Street. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yes, we have two registrants from Bell Great Lakes, Douglas Buck and Cheryl Reese. Cheryl is in Zoom. And we have Christopher Klein, who is in opposition, also wishing to speak. I think that he might also be from Bell. Actually, all three are from Bell Great Lakes.
Okay. And let's bring that up. You are on. Attorney Zillivi, if you can tell us why Taco Bell is before us today.
Mostly calls for service, and many of them related to fights and disturbances occurring on site. There was another issue that was brought to my attention with the police department attempting to get video in relation to a substantial battery that occurred on site. And I did talk with counsel for the Flynn Group, which is what Taco Bell is part of. And she explained that the on-site, I think it was a manager, was not aware of their policy that if video is requested, it has to be through a subpoena. And she had told the officers that, oh yeah, you can have the video, and then they kept getting delayed, and ultimately, by the time they sent the subpoena, the video was not available. But I also found out today that parts of the video were available, and also Taco Bell provided contact information for somebody that police can contact if it's an emergency situation where they would need the video on the spot. There's somebody they can contact to facilitate that, and also if somebody they can contact to facilitate putting a hold on the video so that it doesn't disappear and they can get the video. You want to speak to the disturbances at all, or? I mean, just if you have any ideas as to why it's happening, anything?
We find,
Please, would you officers mind coming forward? Sure. Either podium, whatever you're most comfortable at. Thank you.
You're tall, I recommend that one.
I'm Officer Nate Belanger with the St. Madison Police Department. Could you just reiterate one more time? You just want us to speak to the calls for service at Taco Bell and what?
Yes, if you have any observations, particularly that may be useful in problem solving, things that they could maybe do to reduce the number of fights and disturbances, that sort of thing.
Sure. And for what it's worth, I've also worked downtown for about 4 years now, so I deal with a lot of this State Street stuff. That's been my beat for a few years too, so I've experienced this firsthand for many years now. I will start with Taco Bell is quite cooperative with us. They're very forthcoming. If they have issues, they come to us on the street or call us. That's never been an issue with us. In terms of why we may believe that some of these issues are ongoing and so prevalent, in speaking with my team, with the community policing team downtown, we find that it may be from a more relaxed enforcement stance from Taco Bell themselves as to allow people to loiter and hang out and trespass, although posted for such, that it seems until there is a big issue that has arisen, they aren't very deterrent about it, if that is clear and makes sense. It's more reactivity from us and from them than proactivity with the trespassing, which many other businesses are usually very on the money with. So I think that would be more so where it could come from is they have the right postage. It is enforceable. We enforce it when we can. It just seems to be more reactive from their staff as opposed to proactive, allowing for the loitering and hanging out, which causes large groups to form.
Have you observed any issues related to over-serving?
I personally have not. Have you? I honestly, like for working downtown as long as I have, I learned today that they had a liquor license. I would say for what it's worth, I've not noticed that being the issue.
Okay.
I think the difficulty that comes with Taco. Oh yes, sorry. I'm Officer Schmidt with Madison Police Department. I've also been working downtown for several years the past. When I've been with the community policing team, but then before that I was working days downtown as well for a couple of years. I think the difficulty that comes specifically with Taco Bell as far as observing over-serving and patrons who appear to have been over-served is that Taco Bell, like Officer Belanger just stated, is more known for the food. And so as being one of the only open places downtown that's serving food during bar close time, it's attracting every overserved patron from the downtown area. So it might be difficult to observe that, say, if officers were outside observing behaviors of people going in and out versus, say, a bar where people are going in sober and then coming out overserved, if that makes sense.
So in your observations, you believe that if they took a more proactive approach, that may reduce the number of fights and disturbances happening on premises?
I would believe so, yes, and it's not their fault, but probably, like Officer Schmidt said, it doesn't help them that they're one of the latest open establishments too, because that's what people will flock to, but I believe that if they were more proactive about it, it would kind of set the tone for the public of, you can only be here doing business and for nothing else.
So by that, having people leave after they've finished eating?
Yes, that, they also have, I don't know that I'd want to call it a vestibule, but they have the overhang in the front that is still their property, very covered, a very good size, probably, 15 by 10 feet of coverage up front, which is still their property, which they have enforced in the past once there is an issue. But that's, again, kind of the hard part with the public of they see this open space that they can come to hang out at. However, it still is private property and exterior of the building, but still their property, if that makes sense. So we would just like to see a more proactive enforcement.
Do they have private security at all?
Did they ever do special duty with us? Or was that the other ones? I've never noticed anything contracted out from other companies. I don't believe we've ever done any special duties by assigning officers there specifically to their establishment, although I know other businesses are starting to do that downtown.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I do have one question. You said about going in and being overserved at Taco Bell. Are you seeing that they are serving alcohol later than 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and later than 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday?
I personally cannot attest to that because I have not been in the restaurant observing them serving at that time.
Okay. Just because that is a stipulation, hours of service on their license for alcohol. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here, officers. And I don't know if you can answer this question or not, or I'll ask Captain Hartman to respond. But it seems to me that sometime recently, Captain Hartman shared that there was a battery suspect for a battery that took place at this establishment where an employee was the suspect. Are you familiar with this incident whatsoever? No?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, so the CPTs weren't involved in that call for service at all?
At least not us two.
Mhm.
No,
Thank you.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Could I perhaps, Chair, just ask Captain Hartman?
Yeah.
If I understood him correctly at some point in the past, that sounds familiar to him?
Yes, thank you, Alder. I do recall one, but that was being associated with Soto and not this one. So I apologize if it did happen, but it's not coming to my mind right now. And if it did, it would have been a little while ago. I think this establishment is very similar to like what we were seeing at Chiba Hut, where they are, the primary focus is a restaurant, so they generally have less restrictions on entering the establishment, maybe how long they're staying there. And then we do see a lot of either our unhoused population, student population, or people that are just hanging in the downtown area. That's just an easy place for them to go in, hang out, maybe not even do business. And some of those things then cause a little bit of overcrowding, some of the other issues with fighting and stuff like that that we've been seeing.
Yeah, thank you, Captain. And I certainly am familiar with the Soto allegations. But yeah, so I was thinking it was Taco Bell. I thought I had heard from someone like yourself. And so further question for you, Captain, or for the officers. Would you say that you find Taco Bell Cantina's establishment employees, be they management or otherwise, proactive in calling dispatch or flagging you all down? Are they generally proactive in terms of trying to deal with incidents that occur there based on your knowledge?
I can speak to that. In my time with responding to calls for service at Taco Bell, which has been plentiful, I would say it's more vastly majority reactive, like after a disturbance or fight has already occurred, or after there's already been an incident, or after there was some sort of argument that escalated. Of course, I can't speak to the times that they don't let us know, because if I don't know what I don't know, of course. But sometimes they do ask us to move somebody along. But this is to the point of that person has been in there for hours and kind of just brought in many of their belongings, and they've been sitting at a table, or when somebody is asleep at the table, that's usually the point where something that kind of was overlooked for so long is now being addressed. So that's kind of where I bring it seems more reactive than proactive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And then again, for any of you that have it, do any of you have call for service data that you've recently reviewed for this license holder? And if so, or perhaps just anecdotally, especially for you officers, would you say, oh, it looks like Captain Hartman has it for us? But anyway, I was curious if you would say this is one of the highest locations in the Central Police District in terms of calls for service.
Yeah, I can have the captain speak to that if you already have that offhand.
Thank you. I think Captain's waiting to be called upon, perhaps. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
No worries. And I believe Attorney Zilovy has these numbers, and looking at them from the breakdown, it shows what I was seeing from January 1st to May 13th of this year. I'm showing 113 calls for service. 2025, there was 155 calls for service, and in 2024, 153 calls for service there. And that goes anywhere from disturbances, unwanted persons in there, fights, some of the unhoused issues that go along with it. There were a few that were just check areas and stuff like that that might have been a little bit more minor, but I do know the officers are going there fairly regularly for either unwanted people, disturbances and stuff like that. And I don't know if Attorney Zilovy has any other numbers in front of her or not that she can reflect upon.
I've got the raw numbers for calls for service, which For the 2-year period from 2024 until present day, oh, I guess I don't have the number on here, but for 2026, the numbers I have are the same as yours. Do any of you have an opinion as to whether staffing plays an issue with this in terms of, do they not have enough staff on site to deal with what happens there?
I don't believe that is an issue. Usually when we go in there, it seems as staffed as you would expect a restaurant-style fast food chain to be. Especially at night with how many patrons they have, I'd say it's pretty adequate.
And of course, they can answer these questions too, but are the staff primarily behind a counter?
Yes, I would say pretty much 100% of the time. I can't speak to 100% of the time, but it's not like people are frequently coming out, like there's no servers, waitresses, obviously it's Taco Bell, it's fast food, so what you would normally see is what you see here.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you again. Going back to the data, Captain, just to clarify, make sure I understood correctly, is the data for 2024, 2025, and then this year all more or less year to date, those statistics, or especially for the last couple of years that you cited with us, those are all January 1st through May, I think you said 13th of each calendar year?
Sorry, that's
Or is it annual, the whole?
annual. So they had all of 2025 in there, as
Right.
well as all of 2024, and then just year to date for 2026.
Could you review those for us one more time, please? So 12 months of 2024 and 2025 were what again, please?
Yep, in 2024, I show 153 calls for service. 2025, I'm showing 155 calls for service, and then in this year, 2026, I'm showing 113.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then if I could ask again, either the officers or you, Captain, from your perhaps just personal observations and experience, why do you think it's such a significant increase this calendar year from the past couple of years? I know you gentlemen are veterans of working Central District. Do you have any observations for us or theories why it's worse this year than the last couple of years?
Yeah, I would say, and I've talked to Captain about this and some of the rest of our team and patrol officers, 2025 seemed to be as a whole downtown nights a little bit of a lull kind of across the board. So I mean, proportionally from that, or prospectively, it does feel a lot more prevalent. I think we've had a lot more issues this year we've had more people coming either from the outskirts of Madison, like it's not just students anymore. We've had a lot more town folk come down.
Juveniles.
A lot more people, yeah, the juveniles, of course. We've seen kind of a bigger influx to Madison, a bigger draw lately, which good or bad can be. We've had the juveniles come out, which has been a problem of its own. With Chiba Hut enacting their age restriction time with that, or however that exactly is. I'm not 100% familiar with it, but I know it's something is in the works or has been enacted. Again, we're kind of narrowing down so many places where people can go to hang out more casually. And now if Taco Bell is the only thing left, I think that's kind of leading to some of it. So if they were to enact something similar, that can hopefully deter or prevent people from gathering and congregating there as well, if that helps for this year.
Do you know of, just on the issue of juveniles and voluntarily not serving juveniles at a certain hour, do you know of any other place besides Chiba Hut that's implemented that, like as Raising Cane's or Conrad's or any of these other places that are open later that have had problems? Has anyone else done that? Or maybe Captain knows, but I figure you all would have heard if anyone else has done that besides Chiba Hut.
Sure, Captain might know specifically. I know Raising Cane's has requested special duty, which if nobody's familiar with or somebody isn't familiar with, special duty is an option that a business can basically hire a Madison police officer to be their security. I know Raising Cane's has done that in the past. I know Raising Cane's has just shut down early because of these issues. Conrad's, I don't see as much of a problem.
Moo
Muya is a big hotspot. They also stay open pretty late. There doesn't seem to be much deterrence of trespassing with children. Also, I don't even think Muya serves alcohol.
No, neither does Raising Cane's, which is why they're allowed to
Yeah. So
have
that-
special duty Madison officers working in them.
Yeah. So
Clarified, by the way, Taco Bell Canteen is not available to hire special duty MPD because they're a liquor license establishment.
okay,
Yeah.
good to know. So, yeah, I think that's kind of where it's come to. Of we're trying to speak with the businesses more to see if we can implement some sort of, fair, equal way to be fair with the juveniles, but at the same time, there's a point where, it's probably time to go home.
And then just lastly, and then I'll yield chair for captain again, or the officers. Either anecdotally or if you have the data in front of you, Captain, would you say that a good number of the, let's just talk about this year, 113 calls for service as of a couple weeks ago, that those are mostly categorized as disturbances? Or are they other?
I believe most of them are those disturbances that we have been seeing. Disturbances, unwanted person. Just scrolling through real quick. Yeah, disturbance, adult arrested person, disturbance, check property, assist EMS. But yeah, disturbances comes up regularly when looking at the call types there.
You officers want to add anything? I guess one other question, if not, we see in the call for service data that the ALRC receives weekly notes, often for stratified policing. Are many of the 113 calls for service, Captain, proactive MPD, like stratified category at all, or no?
There's a few scattered in there, the stratified policing case numbers, but I would not say it's the vast majority of them, and it's far fewer in there. When looking at the numbers, I considered eliminating some of them from there, but there were so few that, I mean, you're talking a minimal impact just removing those from there. So,
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that. Did you officers want to add anything anecdotally about the calls for service at all? Like you would concur based on your personal experience that it's overwhelmingly disturbances this year, or?
Yeah, and I would say that it's all times a day. Anybody that's there, it seems to just be anybody and everybody that might be there is causing it. It doesn't seem to be one specific group. So, but I would concur with the captain, yes.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Chair.
Alder Cole.
Thank you. So at the center of these license separation is a video that was requested that wasn't provided, but maybe some part of it was provided. So Captain Harmon, do we got the video or any part of the video at all?
I can't speak specific to that case, but in working with Attorney Zillavi, we were able to sort out getting video from Taco Bell and what that needs to look like for our officers. And that information is being disseminated now. So then that way, if we need to get video in the future for disturbances, for prosecutor reasons, etc., we'll be able to get that. Again, it might need to go through subpoena, or if it's something that's a little bit more exigent, we have a contact information for that as well.
Thank you. I lost track. So can I ask you a question about this subpoena process? We have a number of licenses in the record that we have conditions that requires for the video to be available for MPD, and some have a specific length of time that needs to be returned. Some are just like whenever MPD asks for it. Why? I get it, there's not a condition here for that, but is that a condition that we can impose today on this particular licensee?
Well, there's Fourth Amendment implications with that in terms of not having to submit the subpoena. I think in the past, we have had establishments agree to a condition that they would preserve video for a certain period of time and make it available pursuant to an active investigation.
Yeah, we had those already in the, on the queue. We had at least three of them. That has some language on that. So, I mean, every condition that we put here, we expect we work with the applicant to accept or not accept. So, I just don't, I'm a bit confused as why would this be any different? I get it that their policy requires a subpoena, but it's the liquor license, we also had this committee manages the conditions of the license. So it's up to them to take them or not take them, and it's up to us to act
Well, I
on that.
mean, there's certain conditions that the committee can impose, like whether they agree to it or not.
Why don't we save this discussion
Sure.
for later? Because we still haven't heard from the applicant, so
Oh,
I'd like to
sure.
finish up with the
Good
officers
point.
so they can go sit down or go.
I
go about
mean,
their
thank
day.
you for that. I mean, it's just like we're talking about all of these things, but seems like what is in front of us is about that particular issue. I just wanted to kind of bring back to that, so, thank you. Good point.
Are there any other questions for the officers?
Not for me.
Okay, thank you, guys. And now let's hear from the license holder regarding what they've heard today from the city attorney and from the MPD regarding issues at their establishment. Jim, who do we have available?
I see Cheryl Reese is in Zoom and has been asked to unmute. And then we also have folks in person.
And if you can introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Douglas Buck. I'm an attorney for the license holder, Belgrade Lakes. And, it is unfortunate, all of the calls that the police department has received. It's a problem that we have as a community with a lot of homeless people, a lot of disturbances. State Street experiences that. Taco Bell is a popular location. A lot of popular restaurants in the downtown area experience similar issues of people coming and staying for longer than they're really wanted, longer than they actually need to consume their cup of coffee or eat their taco. This situation is certainly exacerbated by the fact that this is a location that is staying open after bar time, and that is attracting people, as the officer mentioned, that have already been drinking. But there is nothing before this body about Taco Bell serving alcohol beyond 10 o'clock on the nights that they're supposed to shut down at 10. There's nothing before you talking about them serving alcohol after 11. The problem is not that they're serving alcohol to these people. It's that, A, they're serving food to people when they're hungry leaving bar time. And then, B, I guess it's a place that people have decided they'd like to come and loiter. And part of that is frankly related to the physical characteristics of their store, right? They have this little vestibule area where, if they went right up to the street, all of this loitering would be happening on the sidewalk on State Street. You go down State Street, most of the buildings are right up to the street. They do have a little area where people can congregate when they're not actually in the restaurant. Certainly, we with regards to the subpoena, let me just say that it was an unfortunate miscommunication between a lower level employee not understanding the policies of Belgrade Lakes. I think you heard the police department say that that communication has taken place, that they feel comfortable, that they can get the video when they need it. And then again, with vis-a-vis the disturbances, I just want to emphasize that they're substantially unrelated to the service of alcohol at this location. They may be related to people having imbibed alcohol and come there for a taco or a burrito, but it's not related to that, Belgrade Lakes serving these people in a way that's not in accordance with their license. I have two questions in terms of I don't unfortunately know what a stratified policing event is. What was that conversation about?
So I can answer that one. Stratified policing would basically be a proactive case number, meaning officers are at that establishment, just kind of doing a regular check, making sure everything is okay. So again, it's more proactive, not something that was drawn by a 911 call placed by either the Taco Bell or anybody inside the establishment.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure, unfortunately, I don't think either Belgrade Lakes or myself knows what conditions you're thinking about putting on our license, so I can't respond, and maybe that's my mistake for not knowing what you're considering. But I will say that we would prefer not to have any conditions put on our license, given that the issues that we're facing with regards to people coming to the restaurant, overstaying, showing up rowdy, being disruptive, is not related to our alcohol license. And you've got, it sounds like you got the same problems at Raising Cane and Sheba Hut, and we're not unique.
I have a question about the renewal application and the percentages of alcohol to food. It says 1% alcohol. Who makes that determination? And
Chris, I have somebody, Chris, how do you guys do that calculation? I suppose you look at the statistics from the store?
Yes,
Chris, if you could just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Christopher Klein. I am from Bell American Fling Group, and I'm the area supervisor for the location. As it comes for the sales, it really is based on product mix that comes into the POS system, and it's dictating exactly how much is food and how much is liquor to the restaurant.
so those numbers come strictly from the POS system?
Yes.
Do those numbers ever get evaluated by an accountant? Do you know?
I don't know, but I would assume so.
And I mean, while we haven't discussed a specific event related to alcohol, I don't think we can really say that none of this is because they serve alcohol.
Well, what would be an example of a disturbance that was caused by the service of alcohol at the Taco Bell Cantina?
Well, somebody could have come in, I mean, you say a lot of people come in who have been drinking elsewhere, but they could have come in and gotten the last one that put them over the top at Taco Bell. I'm just saying, I don't think we can say that there are no issues related to the service of alcohol there.
Okay, it sounds like most of the issues we've heard, though, are more about people coming, loitering. These are things after we've stopped serving alcohol, or during the day when someone comes and you see this when you are, living in Madison. It's unfortunate that we don't have adequate housing for people in the United States, but these people need somewhere to stay, and they go to restaurants that are open to the public, and they stay for longer than they're wanted. But it's not because we're serving alcohol that this is happening.
Well, some of it, correct, but I don't agree that none of the problems come from alcohol. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I agree that there are a lot of daytime, well, they serve during the day, but I'm just saying, I don't think you can blanket say that the liquor license has nothing to do with what's going on at the premises. That's all.
When the question was asked of the police officers whether or not any of this was related to serving at the wrong time, that's not what I heard, but.
It was over-serving.
Okay.
Not just serving. I mean, over-serving is one issue, and then just alcohol is another issue.
Are there any questions from the committee for the license holders? Are there any questions from the committee for the license holders or their representatives?
So is it on? Okay,
Yes,
excellent.
You're on.
Excellent, thank you. I'm looking at your current license that expires on June 30th of this year, and the fourth condition is that the establishment staff must regularly patrol and discourage loitering on the premises. Can you speak to that at all? Do you do training with staff? What are the protocols involved with that? Am I looking at the right document here?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So all our management staff goes through a de-escalation class once a year with our human resources business partner to make sure that they're kept up on the new ways of communicating, de-escalating any issues that could arise within the restaurant. The managers also routinely walk through the restaurant to make sure that anyone that has been there an extended amount of time that they've asked them to leave. With that, sometimes obviously you will get those people that will fight or threaten you, and that's where we're now calling the police to have them escorted out of the restaurant. So a lot of it is, to make sure that the restaurant is safe for the patrons that are there as well, because we don't want any issues within the restaurant. And that goes for during the day side or even on the night side, same standards. We make sure the restaurant is staffed for the management staff to come out into the restaurant to ensure that anyone is in there that we could possibly see causing an issue. We're asking them to leave as well.
Thank you.
One follow-up to that is you said inside the restaurant. Are they ever going outside to the property area outside the vestibule?
Yes.
And making sure people are leaving that area also? They're just not going out and hanging outside?
Yes.
Any other questions? Alder Cool.
Thank you. Can you refresh my memory? What is your hours of operations?
From 9 a.m. to 4 a.m., 7 days a week,
Every day?
every day.
For the other business that were mentioned here, the Shiva Hut or whatever, they worked with us on MPD to put some guidelines in place. Is that something that you will be willing to entertain?
Yes, we're willing to entertain that and look more into it.
I mean, to the comment about how these problems interact with the liquor license, like, it's really irrelevant. I mean, we just had last year a person here that we had people hanging out on the parking lot. not inside their place, but a license holder has a responsibility to manage, their business regardless of what the hours of operations are. It's really, that's what we're looking for here. If Woodman's was having trouble, they sell food, but we still have responsibility to ensure that, you came to us, so there's higher threshold for you guys to keep people safe. So I'm not so concerned about to make direct connections. We have a high number of calls for services, and I'm pretty sure that it is your goal to minimize those numbers. That's probably what you want. And we are also implying that you have certain clientele that causes the problem. I would like to actually kind of see the numbers on that, because I pretty much doubt that it's coming from one particular group of people. I'm pretty sure you have a large, a range of people that come up here that may be causing problems, not just one specific population. So I would like to, I don't know exactly what that would be, but I wanted to get from you, have you spoken to the captain of the district? Have you reached out to the MPD people that patrols the area? What are the steps that you have taken as a license holder to try to have that communication and collaboration with MPD to reduce your numbers?
I've spoken to the police officers on the street and had conversations with them to ensure that whatever we could do to be safe, and they've instructed me and and my team to make sure that if there is an instance, for us to give them a call, right, and be proactive as well. And that's why we have our managers walking around the restaurants entirely, not to just call them for instances of something happening, but to be preemptive as well. So those are the conversations that I've had with them.
And have the conversations been recent? Have they been happening over the years? I mean, what is that?
Yeah,
What is that level of communication going?
It's different officers. I will work the Friday night, Saturday nights there as well into the late night. So I'm aware of what's going on. So I've spoken to officers as well. I know a large portion of them are stationed down there to handle a lot of the issues that are happening on State Street, not just our location, but several locations as well on State Street.
And will you say, I don't have the data in front of me, but are the issues that are being discussed creating more service calls, are they specific to times of the day?
More late night, in that 11 midnight range. I would assume. I don't have the data in front of me, right? But I to the officer's point, it's mid-afternoon as well. So I don't think that there is a time and a place with when the calls are happening more. It's all throughout the day into the evening.
So if the calls were happening more towards the night after bar time, is that, again, as a business owner, have you guys considered changing your hours of operations?
No, we haven't. But unless I have the data in front of me, I don't want to speak to that.
Okay. Thank you.
You said that you had your employees roam and have people leave and such, but the officers stated that they feel like you're being more reactive than proactive, and that is not occurring. So do you have an explanation for that?
I guess the only thing I can say is we're in the restaurants, and so I know that when I'm in there, I'm seeing the managers touring, asking people to leave, making sure that they've made a purchase, and not just hanging out there for hours on end. So I've seen it firsthand with that, and making sure that we are upholding our policies to not have the loitering, because we understand that the more that people hang out, the more we're asking for trouble.
And how often are you on site?
I'm on site once to twice a week.
So it's possible that on the days you're not there, maybe that is not happening, and that could account for...
I would highly doubt that, because the training is the training, because we ensure that everyone is doing the right thing. We staff the restaurants to ensure both day side and night side that we have multiple managers in the front of the house and the back of the house to ensure that we're being out into the lobby.
And when you say the front of the house and the back of the
Yeah,
house, what does
so-
that mean?
Yeah, so obviously the kitchen area is the back of the house. The front of the house would be into the lobby, into the vestibule right in the front as well. Making sure that we're keeping it clean as well, because obviously part of our job is to ensure that our restaurant is clean, and part of that is doing the travel pass to make sure that that's happening.
Okay. And are you aware, do you have other Taco Bells that have similar issues?
No,
You're not aware, or?
not to this extent, because State Street is a different type of atmosphere for any restaurant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney Buck and Mr. Klein, I wanted to ask about the video surveillance system that you have on State Street. So, not going into the specifics of the case, which Attorney, you already covered, and misunderstanding and the subpoenas and all that. But are you personally familiar, Mr. Klein, with the video surveillance system that you have on State Street? Okay. Could you share with us then, please, how is the system fully operational at all times? You're open to the public?
24 hours a day it's running.
24/7. And then, do you know personally how long the video is stored in your system currently?
Roughly 30 days.
30 days? Okay. So, I said I wasn't going to talk about that incident, but that incident, if I remember correctly, it was not available, and that was less than 30 days from when the substantial battery, I think it was, occurred, and
I think it took longer
So,
than 30 days
By
for
the
the
time we
right
got the
person to
subpoena
get this.
and forwarded it to our legal team to get it cut, it was right on the threshold. However, I had made a copy of it, and because I've had several requests from different counties because of the locations I have, I had not realized that I'd made a copy of it for that.
Oh, I see.
And then when I did go back and look, I had forwarded it on to the right parties.
Okay.
We've had several instances where subpoenas have come into play, and working with the police to ensure that every video has been captured of what they've looked for, whether we've been in the restaurant or the subpoena, to make sure.
Thank you for explaining that. Yeah. Thank you.
Keep forgetting to turn my mic on. Are there any other questions for license holders? If not, I'll have them go sit down, and then we can continue our discussion going on.
Thank you.
With that, and we'll call you guys back up if we need anything. Ms. Clemens?
I did have one very quickly, I'm sorry. Do you have the technical ability to retain your video for longer than 30 days? I'm sorry, I was too slow with my button.
Yes, we just have to make sure that it's done within the 30, and then we just save it to a hard drive.
Thank you.
So Attorney Zillaby, what is the city's recommendation?
Well, I don't know if the police department has any suggestions for a condition that they think might impact the number of disturbances that they respond to at that location. But I would like to see a condition that when a request is made from MPD or the establishment is made aware of an incident for which MPD would like the video, that they save and retain that so that MPD can serve a subpoena to get the video.
I don't know if you're waiting on me, but yes, I would agree that would.
I was going to ask Captain Hartman, do you have any suggestions?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I would agree to that one there. I know they have very, very long hours, so to potentially request security throughout the entire open hours might be a little bit tougher, but when we're starting to see disturbances similar to like what we saw at other establishments, I think we might be getting closer to that, requesting that they do have staff on hand that is managing the people, not just managing the restaurant services themselves. So I don't know if I have a specific verbiage of what that could look like. I know, obviously, Chiba Hut had several things that were put into place to discuss those kind of issues that we were seeing. But we are likely getting to that kind of a realm again, just because it's an open establishment that people can come and hang out. We might be able to look at something that's simply a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night type deal for certain hours. But that might help greatly reduce the amount of disturbances, especially in those heavier bar time crowds. And especially with the juveniles that we're seeing on those weekend hours.
In that vein, would a capacity condition be at all useful, do you think? Like for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, for certain hours?
I believe so. I don't know if my other officers are still in the venue or not, if they're able to speak to that, but I'm not sure how much of a rush they're seeing at that bar time, but I would definitely say, yeah, capacity would be helpful, especially at that bar time hour.
There we go. Yeah, specifically during bar time and the late night hours, we will notice a very crowded interior of the Taco Bell with all of the tables taken up and a line to the door and beyond. So that's something I think could be useful.
Do we know what the capacity is from zoning or what the lowest, I know there's nothing on their license for capacity, but do we know what the capacity of Taco Bell is per the fire department or zoning? Able to look that up? Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Rivera.
Apparently, per their existing license, it's 72 persons inside. Correct, Mr. Verbeek? Is it?
Yeah, that's on the agenda, yeah, 72.
Oh, right there.
I'll note that their renewal application for the next licensing year also states 72.
72, okay.
Chair, while my mic is still on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I have
ahead.
a different subject matter, though.
Okay.
If there's no further conversation at this time about capacity immediately, I wanted to ask Assistant City Attorney Zillavi a question or two relating to the video surveillance system and the potential for maybe a broader condition thereof. Could you restate for us, Attorney Zillavi, what you said earlier in response to a question about your concerns? I guess you said constitutional concerns about a condition like that, and I'll refer you to as I just say that I'm aware that the city had an ordinance enacted in 2004 that I'm sure you were the author of back then, not to date ourselves, but 38.05 sub 13 relating to video surveillance equipment requirements in licensed establishments. Did you say that it's your opinion that we should not move forward tonight with a potential condition that's more broad relating to video?
What's the
surveillance?
ordinance you just referenced?
38.05 sub 13. And among the provisions there is that video be kept for 30 days and that the system be operational at all times the establishment's open. Similar to the questions I asked Mr. Klein, which you responded to.
Did you say 3813?
38.05, yes,
Oh.
sub 13, 1.3.
I'm searching for it. I'm almost there.
Such an easy system to find things in. While we are looking
Okay, here we go.
and getting that reviewed, are there any other questions or discussion for anyone else? There we go.
So are you referring to the provision that says all tape/discs, which tells you how old this is? Used to record and or store video as part of a license condition shall be kept for at least 30 days. I mean, there's other.
Yes, obviously there are several provisions here, Attorney, but the one that I thought was most applicable, if any, relate to Indeed sub E and sub F.
Right.
So I'm just curious what your personal thoughts are on
I mean,
on that, or any condition related.
obviously, since they have chosen to install video surveillance, the terms of that ordinance apply to them. But I don't think E necessarily gets at the condition that I was suggesting, that if MPD requests video, that they save it and make sure it's available. Even though this, just because of how systems are today and may not necessarily fall within sub E in the ordinance, I would prefer that as a condition. And then,
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that, and I was just wondering if you thought your advice to us, your recommendation to us would be to perhaps go one further to ensure that this ordinance is on the as is a specific condition on their license, or if it's sufficient to forego that in the provisions. I guess I'm looking at sub A relating to the condition requiring video. Is there any basis to believe that we need to have that as a,
Well, this says on a new license, and this is a
Right.
renewal.
right? I noted that.
So I think that, I mean, obviously, the provisions of the ordinance apply as it relates to the fact that they have a video system that they voluntarily installed. And again, I think since we have resolved the issue of obtaining the video, as long as there's a condition that when they are notified by MPD, they freeze it and save it so that it doesn't get recorded over or disappear into wherever. I think that adequately addresses that concern.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Clemens?
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on that, I think we're circling around a condition about video surveillance being preserved, maybe for a specified period of time and made available upon request from MPD pursuant to investigation. Do we need to specify a period of time longer than 30 days? It's a question for, I guess, the city attorney. Would that be helpful?
I'd like to hear from Captain Hartman on that, because I know sometimes when something, well, I'll let Captain Hartman respond.
And Alder, can you please repeat the question one more time for me?
Thank you. So I'm asking because it seems like we're kind of have some discussion, maybe some consensus around adding a condition about video surveillance. So if we're talking about adding a condition about video surveillance being preserved for a given amount of time and made available upon request from MPD pursuant to an investigation, is 90 days maybe? Just thinking out loud, something longer than 30 days helpful or not necessary in your opinion?
I would think it would be helpful, and something longer than 30 days, I would agree. That would easily be enough time for our officers to be able to, depending on the shifts that they work, or if they had time off or something that they need to come back and get it at a later time. I think something as much as 60 days would be enough. Again, hopefully making the request before the 30 days, but if they could preserve it while we get the subpoenas in order, I think that would be fine.
Got it, thank you.
Alder Glenn?
Yeah, I just have a little clarification on that, because what I heard was that they have the ability to, after 30 days, store it for longer amount of time, indefinite. So as long as MPD just immediately at the incident would notify them to please keep the tape, we'd normally, after an incident, that be notifying them before 30 days, correct?
I believe hopefully so, unless something was reported to us much later in the event, but generally
Oh, okay.
30 days is a good catch, I would say.
Okay. Thank you.
So something to the effect of, upon notification of an incident, the license holder will keep the requested video until such time as the police no longer need it. They haven't due diligence to keep it so they can remove it from, so it doesn't get taped over.
So,
I would agree with that verbiage.
So committee, do we have a motion with a con- condition that's all worked out? Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't have a motion for us at this point to consider, but I did want to revisit the issue potentially of capacity and ask if the city has a recommendation on what capacity modification we might consider this evening. So I guess I'll start with Assistant City Attorney Zillavi on that. If we know the current capacity is 72 persons,
I'd like to hear from the applicant whether they're aware of how many people are in the establishment at any one period of time on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night, like from, say, 11 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Yeah, at any given time. I don't know the exact numbers, so I don't want to speak to not knowing the exact numbers and give you something that wouldn't be truthful.
But I would just add, that does seem like a reasonable request to make of the applicant, that they ensure that the capacity is not being exceeded.
Well, I think we're talking about maybe lowering the capacity, like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday during certain hours to help address that issue. But it would be helpful in coming up with a number to know, like, when you're at your peak at those times, do you think you have 72 people in there? More than 72?
Probably around there, right? Because people are coming and going with that. So that's where it comes kind of tricky from the transaction guest count from those hours.
How, is your seating all out at that point in time, or do you?
Yeah, I mean, it's full on those nights for the most part.
What is your seating capacity?
I don't know the exact numbers.
If you had a guess,
Yeah.
is it 40 or is it?
It's probably around 60 would be my guess with the chairs and the booths within the restaurant.
So reducing the capacity to 50 Thursday, Friday, Saturday from 11 until 4 would maybe help with what's going on inside during those hours?
I don't think it would change any from that standpoint. Because obviously we're calling during midday afternoon, so, and we're not, at full capacity then, we're, 10 people in our lobby, so.
Right, but one of the problems is that the biggest burden to the police department is during those hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. So if they could get some relief from those calls for service on those dates, that would be helpful.
I mean, obviously, we don't want to reduce the capacity of the restaurant, but this is your decision. I don't think the capacity appears to be, when I heard what you all were talking about, the video, making sure that the current capacity is not exceeded. We have no reason to believe it has been, and then having staff maybe there to manage, right, at certain peak hours, have someone dedicated to managing that, making sure you're not exceeding your capacity and making sure that people are moving on, getting their burrito and moving down to, somewhere else on State Street.
Well, I have seen some social media videos from in there that shows utter chaos. And from those videos, it did not look like there was staff who were doing anything or floating throughout to try and manage what's going on. So, I mean, I think that is an issue. And to some extent, I mean, I know you said that your staff is trained in de-escalation procedures, but when there's a full-out fight with a bunch of people, or when that is brewing, I don't know whether they want to try and disperse that or... And from some of the videos I saw, it looked like it was because there's so many people in there. People are bumping into one another, and so...
Yeah, with today's business, we have a lot of DoorDashers that come in, third-party people ordering online to come in and pick up their order when it's ready. So it's a mixture of different avenues of sales that are coming into the restaurant that when they're waiting for their order. So it's not just coming in and order from the kiosk and waiting for your order. There's a lot of different avenues in today's world where our guests are coming in to pick up their order and sometimes waiting, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll leave that question to MPD, the capacity question.
Yeah, I think it would be wise to have something in place for the capacity. From what my officers said and what they observed or had been observing is, again, especially at that bar time, all the seats are filled and then a long line in the restaurant or coming outside of there. So having some sort of a management, making sure that we're either at capacity or just slightly below that during those hours is going to reduce any friction from, again, potentially people that are overserved coming into the establishment during those hours.
Yeah, and I can add on to that a little bit too. If I could ask a clarifying question, is their capacity applied to their vestibule area as well, or is it just the interior of the building, if that is known?
Just the interior.
Okay. I would say, I mean, if he's offering approximately 60 seating at night, I didn't know the capacity of their establishment before this meeting. I would have expected the capacity to be allowed to be over 100 just based off of what I see. I've helped with fire marshals and I don't enforce that kind of stuff. I would just, based off my visual observations, dealing with bars and their capacities, knowing about what that amount of people looks like. I mean, if we're already seating 60 people down and then we were talking that the line gets so dense from the register to the front door and their interior vestibule that we kindly professionally have to like part the seas and kind of push people out of the way to get through. So we would estimate easily 30 to 40 more standing in line. And so I would say, I've never counted, but if I had to guess, we're probably pushing more close to 100. So, and I know DoorDashers are there all the time, but not 40 of them. So. Thank you.
And I'll just make another point that per the statute, you're not supposed to allow intoxicated people on the premises. So if people are showing up and stumbling and very obviously intoxicated, you're not supposed to allow them on the premises.
Is this a situation where we'd be looking at a condition that is more likely what we did with Chiba Hut for trained security for Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights after a certain time to be there, to be monitoring the front of the house and the door, to just be a presence, per se, versus a manager who is trying to come out and manage that and then manage their staff too, as someone is a dedicated role.
I would want to hear from police on that. But I think a good start would be maybe setting their capacity at 60 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights from midnight until, I don't know how long the rush after bar time continues there. But starting at midnight till close.
I would agree with that kind of stipulation, and I would say that that could be in-house trained. I know they could work with our community policing team, and our officers have obviously worked with other establishments in teaching them on how to appropriately manage the doors and people coming in, the capacities and stuff like that, how to make sure they got a good count and a handle on things.
Alder Glenn?
Yeah, I keep putting my hand down because we keep kind of passing it by because it sounds like we have a number, but looking up capacity seated, it looks like it's 60, which could be kind of the issue with it even being 72 if 60 people can only be seated. So I was just going to say that that seated capacity is 60.
Committee, what is your pleasure? What would you like to do? Alder Cole?
How is that works in reality? Like, you know, how the building code has the signs that tells you the capacity. Most restaurants says 99. It's like it's separate from the, you know, like a capacity regardless if you have a license or not. There's like a capacity sign with the red letters. So, and then there's the liquor license paperwork that goes on the wall. So how do you reconcile that sign from the building code versus this condition? How do you communicate to the public those two conflicting things?
Well, you'd have to have two postings. After midnight, capacity is 50 people or whatever number the committee decides on. Because the ALRC can always lower the capacity that is provided by building inspection.
So a place that we have a lower capacity, wish I couldn't find one. Well, I found some, but that is not in accordance with the building inspection, will still post the building inspection capacity?
No, it should be posting what the ALRC approved capacity is.
Okay, that makes sense, but then in this case, we're just doing it by hours.
Right, from Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from from midnight until close, the capacity is 50 or whatever number you decide on.
So that's a specialized plate that we have to create, that they have to create for that? So I mean, again, I haven't seen something like that, I don't think.
I'm trying
It's
to
like
think
a-
if anybody else has that. I can't think off the top of my head of anybody else, but a sign is pretty easy to make for that.
Alder Cole, did you have any other questions, or we'll come back to you? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to weigh in and based on my understanding that the signage that the city provides, which is made by BI and Building Inspection Division and the Fire Department, is the capacity as approved by the Common Council. So the signage isn't ever the number that's allowed by building code or fire code. If that number is higher, what the Common Council has granted as our capacity. But I can't think of another example off the top of my head where we've imposed a separate capacity at different days of the week or times a day. So we would have to ask BI and fire to, create a special sign if we did this for Taco Bell Cantina.
I didn't know that we provided a sign, which then is another layer of complication, which I'm sure is a standard sign. And they will have to create something new to incorporate the times. So that was kind of like trying process-wise, what does that look like? That's what I was trying to get at. That, and now that you said that we are in charge of creating the sign, then that's imposing something on another agency to do that special timing. I don't know where we are on the meeting at this moment, to be honest. Discussion or what, I don't know. But capacity may be the thing that we need to alleviate the issue. I would have preferred to see that on the original complaint, that the capacity is it's a condition that we would like to observe with some data showing the actual times where the problems are happening. Doesn't seem like it's clear exactly what the when is that, which problems we're trying to solve at this moment. So I'm still stuck on the surveillance thing. Like, to me, that's super important. We have those conditions in other licenses. They shouldn't be treated any differently. We should have access to that footage when it's needed. So I'm struggling with having a capacity conversation at this time. And at the same time, I also would like to see the licensee to have a conversation with the captain of the district and try to work out those things like we did for the Shiva Hut place. So I'm struggling how to get there. But yeah, capacity may be a solution, but I don't have enough. It's not like a clear thing for me at this moment without looking at the data and doing an analysis of the data and the times and all that stuff to validate that ask. So that's what I am right now.
Ms. Clemens.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just responding to the alder, I think from my perspective, it seems very reasonable to try a capped capacity for Friday and Saturday nights from midnight, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights from midnight to close. Seems like we've heard that that's when there are crowds standing, and that is contributing to the jostling and the fighting. It seems that, just my opinion, that seems very reasonable. I think we haven't discussed very much the private security idea, but which I'm curious if anybody would like to discuss, mirroring something like Chiba Hut. But for now, I would be in favor of conditions that Ms. Westra I would ask for her to restate about video surveillance retention and a capacity lowering to 60 for these sensitive and identified problematic times. That seems really fair to me.
Now you're asking me to remember what I said. And I will think about that while we go to Alder Glen.
No, I'll put my hand down and you can say the thing and then I'll talk.
Give me a minute to figure out what I
Okay,
said.
so I tend to agree more with Alder Figueroa. I was gonna vote against if we did a capacity just because looking at it with the 60, and then looking back over the complaint, I tend to agree with like, that's not why we were here. We're about cameras. So I'm fine with if we want to have the condition around holding it. I tend to agree with the hours of alcohol and I understand that we have the right and we have the legal right to do because they hold a liquor license. And it's not I agree that I don't think it's a liquor. I think it's a people, it's a lack of open restaurants, it's crowds, it's kids, it's all of the things. I just don't really, I wouldn't vote in favor of any kind of restrictions today. I would be really open to holding cameras so for the officers to be able to do their job if an incident happens, at least for today for me. So that's what I was going to share.
So what I was alluding to, or I said before, was upon being informed by the Madison Police Department, they are to retain any digital video evidence until the police say it can be released. I think in today's day and age, keeping video for a long period of time is no longer a burden like it was when probably the ordinance was written. So that, and we're not specifying how, so that it can be on a thumb drive, it can be on a hard drive, it can be in any different ways. And we're not we're not saying for them to give it over, but they have it so it doesn't get lost until the subpoena and the process goes through for it saved. And then they know just to pull it right away. So what I had said was upon being informed by a Madison Police Department, they are to retain any digital video evidence until the police say it can be released. Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for restating that. Maybe instead of released, could we say something like discarded?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to have you make that motion.
Okay. We should have a motion that encompasses all potential conditions. So I just,
Current conditions with adding the new one.
right. It sounds like we have some different opinions on whether we should include a capacity condition or not. So I'm curious what other committee members think before I would propose a motion. I mean, I've heard from the alder, we've heard from both alders, or two alders.
Maybe in lieu of that, make a condition that they meet with Captain Hartman to discuss how to address the fights and disturbances that are happening, particularly at those hours, 11 to 4 a.m., Thursday to sunset. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Alder Cole.
Thank you. So can you refresh my memory? Once we put these conditions on for the Shiva Hut, they came to us multiple times during the year. So did we put that on the condition that they have to come back to us to review, or they just came back to us to get their conditions removed? Is that what it was? They initiated it? Okay, so I just wanted that, if you want to clarify that for the applicant, how that works. Like if we put these conditions and they do work with the captain and whatever, they can always come back and then prove that they made the changes and get their conditions flexed or whatever, right?
Right, you understand that, correct? That any conditions that are put on the license, and if you can come back and ask that they be removed if you can show that you've addressed concerns that were raised.
Ms. Harrington. Or, oh, sorry, Alder Cole.
Well, so
I
then,
missed that seat over there, so.
oh yeah, that's
One
not,
over.
this is not, that's always empty. At least when I'm here, I don't know. Yes, I would support a condition for the civilian information, the video, and a condition that they do address, that they do work with the captain directly, and then we can follow with the captain during captain reports in our meetings to figure out how things are going and address any issues at that time, I guess. But yeah, I will support that. I will support steering them to the collaboration with the captain and the video. And I see Attorney Reynolds may say that it's not possible. She's her hand coming up, so we'll see what she has.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick reminder that what Alder Figueroa suggested would be fine, but you would not, as a body, be able to add conditions throughout the year until the next renewal process. So you can deal with change of conditions if the applicant requests it throughout the year. But if you, later find out through this process, talking with Captain Hartman that, a certain idea might address the problem more, you might not be able to just simply impose that condition at that time. So I just wanted to throw that out there as a reminder that new licenses or renewals are the times where you can handle conditions. Thank you.
Alder Cole.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm still standing with that. I will support steering them to the captain to collaborate and the video condition restriction or ask. Thank you, Amber.
I have the Jeopardy theme going in my head right now, waiting for a motion. Ms. Harrington.
Yes, thank you.
Now it's your turn.
All right, thank you. Wait till I'm activated. So I don't know if there's a motion on the floor.
There is not.
Okay, so I will respond to my fellow committee member, Ms. Clemens, who asked to get a temperature reading. And I can certainly support all the existing conditions on the existing license. And again, support the language that's been being discussed about the video surveillance. And as to a capacity, I'm brand new. I can say that last week's meeting was my first meeting to attend, and Cheba Hut was here and had a lot of good proactive solutions of how to deal with difficulties in their establishment. And that all sounded great to me. And whatever mechanism we want to put in place tonight to get to that point, whether it's an informal request, I don't know how we frame that, but having this establishment talk to their fellow proprietors at Cheba Hut seems like a great idea. Speaking more with the police department in some capacity, I don't know how we frame that as a condition, but I do have similar concerns with the lack of data on putting capacity requirements on here, because we don't know the patterns throughout the day of how that we've heard that there's calls throughout the day. And certainly at bar time, we know that's just logically, yes, if you put a capacity on, you reduce the number of bodies, you reduce the conflicts. But is that going to totally solve the issue, and is that an unfair burden on the business? So I'm not feeling like I could support at this point a capacity aspect condition. But if we could find some language that we see a way to address what's already a condition, what they're saying that they're already trying to monitor the establishment and they're trying to be proactive, yet we're hearing from the police department that it's more reactive, how we get them to comply with their existing condition. So I'm a little bit talking in circles here, I know, but I think you're getting my point. And if there's a motion that does pieces of that,
Let me throw some possible wording out for someone to see if they want to use. To work with the Madison Police Department proactively to develop a plan to reduce and understand the ongoing issues at this establishment. I think we can reduce capacity, but unless we have someone there enforcing capacity, that's their job, to take the things at the door, it's not going to do anything. So I think we can do something to work with the Mass Police Department on a proactive plan to reduce issues at the establishment. To that effect, that directs them to the police. We also want it to be proactive, not reactive. And then the onus doesn't also then come on the police department to have to go through at 11 o'clock at night and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We already have capacity of the 72. Lowering it by 12 people, I don't think is going to solve the problem. But Alder Cole.
Thank you. And to continue on that sentence, we do have a capacity today. If an MPD feels that it is already an issue and they're broken their rules, that's part of the proactive messaging here. Those should be reported to the appropriate venues, letting them know that in this night specifically, there was more than 100 people at the place. So we have that already in place, and if it's happening, MPD needs to figure out, they need to communicate that to the proper channels. So I'm comfortable with what you guys just said there.
Oh, Alder Glenn.
So I would wonder if if the owners could answer just a question, if they'd be willing, how they feel about having the condition of you all working and then come back, but working with police to be able to set up some de-escalation and some of the things Captain Hart talked about assisting with this whole capacity and the late night hour things, how you all would feel about that as one of your conditions for which as we've explained, you could come back, have it removed once we hear. You would have to trigger that, and once we heard from them that you were actively working on it, it could be removed. How would you feel about that condition being put?
Yeah, that's fine. We have no problems with that.
Okay. Okay, I really wish like Alder Verveer would do this, but I'm gonna give it a try and everyone can watch me butcher this. So I move to have a condition of holding, I just want to say what Ms. Westra said, but of holding the video once notified until the police can obtain it without a timeline, and a condition of reaching out to the captain and police to assist in operations during Thursday, Friday, late night hours. And I would be okay with anybody correcting any and all of that, but someone needed to move it.
So the clean up the first condition, that would be upon being informed by the Madison Police Department, they're to retain any digital evidence until police can say it can be discarded.
Yes.
If I could just wordsmith that a little bit, instead of saying they, say the establishment, and instead of saying will, say shall, because that's usually
Yes.
what we do.
Whatever the correct will, shall. I think we had the
Yes.
discussion on Wednesday. Mike was correcting us on something. And then the second would be work with the Madison Police Department on a proactive plan to reduce and understand ongoing issues.
Yes. Thank you for the cleanup.
No problem. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I'll second the motion so we can get into formal discussion. I'll second the motion, and just to state on the record, it would be renewal of the Class B beer, Class C wine license with all existing conditions in addition to these two proposed additional conditions.
Yes.
Thank you. And then, Chair, if you're continuing to recognize me, I had two additional thoughts.
Okay.
Don't have the language specifically, but first, as you had originally said, Chair Westra, earlier in our conversation, that you like the specific language we considered or actually voted to include in Chiba Hut's license a week ago, I guess that was when we last met. So I was trying to find that exact language, but doesn't look like Mr. Verbeck that we have the draft minutes available to us, or at least I couldn't find it in my email. The draft minutes to last week's meeting. So if you could share maybe that exact language that we used for Chiba Hut, that might be a potential additional new condition here. Again, that was the one related to training of the staff. I don't know that we need to include the weapon screening though, but that was an additional clause of that one sentence. Was it condition 3 maybe, if I remember correctly? And then, while Mr. Verbeck's searching for that for us, an additional idea I had here lastly, Chair, would be, over the years, we have potentially asked or made a condition of their license that they appear before the ALRC at a specific meeting. And I'm wondering if anyone finds that idea attractive, either combining it with condition, I guess, new condition number 2, perhaps relating to working with the Central Police District, that we also, in that, or a separate condition also, ask that the license holder return to the whatever month ALRC meeting so that we have a status update before us, a conversation here before us in this venue again, as opposed to waiting a year from now, perhaps. So that was just a thought.
We haven't done that in a while. I did have that in the back of my head, so September of the September ALRC meeting. That's 3 months.
Yeah, I don't have a specific month in mind, but I just thought I'd remind us or explain to our newly minted member that we have done that in the past over the years, and perhaps similarly situated licenses here.
To respond to the question about what verbiage we used on the Chiba Hut, excluding the weapon screening part, it's trained security staff shall be utilized on Friday and Saturday from 10 p.m. until close.
Thank you for that. I don't know if the maker of the motion considers that to be something that she's interested in adding or no.
I would not be, but if you guys wanted to do, not for mine, I wouldn't. I just think that we should I don't know. I feel like that wasn't before. I mean, I know we're hearing about capacity and that I agree with Figueroa that we need to have police kind of report on that for us more with capacity. And just have more time to discuss that rather than here now for me. If they come back, I like the idea of the coming back part, Alder Verveer. And then if we're hearing at that one come back after the police work with them to come back if things haven't been remedied and then, but yeah, not for mine, sorry.
And Chair, if I could ask the maker of the motion again, Council Vice President Glenn, is there a specific month that you think would be appropriate to add to the motion then in terms of when you would have them return to our committee?
I think a good time would be after summer, like a September or something.
September
once
meeting.
we start getting to the end of the summer.
That sounds good to me too. Okay, thank you.
So are we, Mike, are you
I
adding?
believe that Vice President Glenn was just adding to her
Yes.
motion, which I seconded.
For
And I don't
them
know if
to
it would be a separate condition probably then, or you could add it to the police
I
one.
think we should add it to the police one because I think it goes together.
Very good.
So I'm going issues and return to the September meeting of the ALR, September 2026 meeting.
Shall appear before the before the Alcohol License Review Committee at the September 2026 meeting.
Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. I like the shape that condition, friendly amended condition gives to the condition of working proactively with MPD to troubleshoot some of these issues. I think it makes a lot of sense to have something time-bound and something specific. So I think this amended motion is great. I will vote for this one.
Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Yeah.
Jim, can you read it, please? Thank
So,
you.
To clarify, we're adding onto the existing conditions, 2 additional conditions. The first being, upon being informed by the Madison Police Department, the establishment shall retain any video evidence until it may be discarded. And the second is, the establishment shall work with Madison Police Department on a proactive plan to understand ongoing issues and shall appear before the Alcohol License Review Committee meeting on September 16th, 2026.
Can you read that video one again?
Yeah. Upon being informed by the Madison Police Department, the establishment shall retain any video evidence until it may be discarded.
Until MPD informs them they no longer need it?
Yeah, we need to have the MP, until they are informed that it is no longer needed by Madison Police Department.
Thank you.
So we have a motion. Yay. We have a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, any objections to approval? Seeing none, item 17 is approved as moved. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, it is 8:26. Moving on to items 18 and 19, separated liquor license renewal for Momo Sports Bar LLC, doing business as Momo Sports Bar at 6402 Mill Pond Road, and also separated entertainment license renewal for said location, agent Cargyle Zering. Do we have any registrants for this item? I believe he is here, and
Yeah, I don't think you're registered, so after the meeting, if you could, you can speak now, but after when you're all done, there's a QR code on the table. If you can just if you can retroactively register for this item at the end of it. But you can come up now.
Yep. So actually, I'll have you sit down for right now, bring this up. Sorry, forgetting what kind of meeting we're in today. Attorney Zilovy, if you could explain to us why these are separated this evening? Sorry.
This came to my attention after receiving a communication from the Monona Chief of Police with concerns regarding intoxicated drivers on the Beltline driving the wrong way and a connection to Momo Bar and Grill. And I looked, and concerns that they're over-serving primarily. I have received numerous complaints that the establishment is offering bottle service, and at one point, the complainant sent a video from inside the establishment that showed a bottle of tequila on a table. I have spoken with, I don't think it was Carl that I talked to, but MPD and I have met with Momo in the past, and I have communicated with them in the past about the bottle service not being something that's allowed. So it's a little disheartening to hear that as a continuing issue, and I think that probably contributes to over-serving, because if you're just leaving a bottle on the table and people are consuming, nobody's really monitoring how much anybody's consuming, and they're not coming up to the bar and walking away, so there's no opportunity to observe how they are acting physically after consuming. I also looked through the reports, and there were several instances of over-serving. One involved an unconscious 25-year-old male who fire transported from the scene. Another instance, that was in October of 2025. In April of 26, a vehicle crashed in the parking lot, and it resulted in an OWI arrest. The driver had trouble walking, was stumbling, was obviously very intoxicated. In January of 26, well, that was a battery in the bathroom. In November of 25, there was a sexual assault of a heavily intoxicated female. MPD requested a video. I don't know whether they received it. The officer said that he would complete a supplemental report if he received the video, and there was no supplemental report, so I don't know whether the video was ever received or not. And there are 2 reports of operating while intoxicated arrests on the Beltline where the drivers are driving the wrong way, and they had said they had been at Momo. So based on all of that, as I said, there are concerns that they are over-serving. And I have some suggestions for some conditions after you hear from the licensee.
Thank you. And now if you can come up, if you could respond to Attorney Zilovy's separation.
Hi, my name is Kongbu. Girl is my agent. We received the letter yesterday, like 10 o'clock. He is planning, have his own trip to India. So he went, so I came here trying to explain what's really happened. So you mentioned that sexual, we didn't know that. No one tell us. And I remember one time the cops is saying like, got an accident on the mailbox. They destroyed my mailbox. We're trying to give them a camera, right? But that mailbox is really far. The camera cannot zoom in and see what vehicle it is. We did, once the cop come, my agent did send them an email saying, it's too dark. We will provide whatever information that we got from the video camera, we will give it to them.
Well, the video was related to the sexual assault that occurred on premises.
Where? In
On the premises.
no, nothing we know though. If it is, we have, after a year ago, we have a couple of, after that, we don't have any fight going on. Even the East Madison Marshall tell the same thing, like, now these days you guys don't have a fight. You did, because we have a 5 security professional. We added 20 more camera now. Now we have inside our all camera with the 4 voice recorder too. So you can hear what the communication. As the owner, even Carl Kajal as agent, we have no clue they have a sexual thing going on. I said, I was shocked when you say something like that. Sexual in bar?
Well, then that's a problem with your staff, because your staff obviously was present because it was your staff who told police they would give them the video. So if your staff is not keeping you informed of things like that, that's a problem.
It's in bathroom, we have a security standing right there, 10 to 2. Every corner, the entrance, we have a security. Nobody knew nothing. Maybe someone just says, make things, there is no way people can go into the bathroom. The woman bathroom, man bathroom is totally separated.
I didn't say that was in the bathroom.
Oh, then I don't know when this happened. We still have all the camera. I don't know where. So you have to specific where, then we can show the camera to the whoever's come.
Well, the officer spoke with your staff, but at any rate, what involvement do you have with the business? Because you have not.
I'm the owner there. I always,
Right, but I haven't met with you. I've only met with
I did.
Carl.
I met with you. You came to our bar, right? One time with the captain.
Right.
Yeah,
But
I was
the next
there.
time you were not there.
No, I was there with you, me and Carl, you and
Right,
captain.
one time.
Yeah, one time,
But
yes,
another
one
time you
time,
weren't.
yes.
So I'm wondering, what is your involvement with the business?
I'm as owner. I basically 60%. I shop all the. I went to the restaurant depot, get all the bar food they need, and I'm always there on either if Friday or Saturday. If my agent is on Friday, I will be there on Saturday. If I am on Friday, he will be there on Saturday, all the time. Usually we know officer, they always will come inside, talk to us, everything okay, this. Then after I see the letter, so me and Carl straight went to Monona District, meet Brian. I say, nothing, we know that. And we exchanged the phone number right away with the Brian. I said, this is our number, please contact us, anything happen, let us know. Then I even went to Madison, meet the marshal, chief. I give them the same thing, same day yesterday, once I received the letter. To us, it's very shocked that we didn't know anything about this, Most of the time, it might happen on Latino night or Friday, Saturday, but one of us always be there, one of us, yeah.
Well, but you're not, it sounds like you're not supervising the serving of the alcohol very well.
Oh, I do, yeah. Like, I am really strict on my bar. If customer serve over, all the bartender know, I will fire them right away. I said, will hurt the community, will kill someone. I rather give them a free bottle of water, give it to them. I said, don't serve it. But when I see his friend buy things, give it to him, then I call the security, kick them out. That's it, because I really don't play games, over there. When you're over, it's over. And I heard when you say someone drive into the westbound, right? That road, it's confusion too, seriously. Even in the daytime, people will still go into the road. Because usually we have roundabout one and go out. That is like one round, then go to another. Even I made a mistake on one daytime too, when they just finished the highway. Then I later realized, even
Okay, but this is happening, they get on the belt line, they're going the wrong way, and it's not funny, like, people can die.
No, I'm not trying to lie. I'm thinking, I'm listening to you. Yeah.
So it's a very serious issue,
Yeah.
because they are driving the wrong way on a highway where people sometimes go speeds of 80 miles an hour or faster. So it's a very serious issue. And again, there was somebody who got an OWI in your parking lot. I mean, so there definitely seems like there is a pattern of over-serving at your establishment.
Because one time I remember was people will come in around 12:30 at 1 o'clock. We have a really good security. We have no fight at all. They come, it's all intoxicated. Then they know we will not let them in. Ask them to go, just ask them to go. Then there's always people want to hang around in the parking lot all the time. The next day you will see lots of cans and bottles around the parking lot. They will drink, then they drive out. Then they might get caught, right? They might say, last stop is a Momo. That's why I request officer, right? Please, if you caught somebody, let me know. Show me the picture. Who is the one serving the overserve? I want to know, because I want to go to bottom to it. I want to fire the bartender too, because she or he not serious about the job,
Well, that's actually your job to supervise your staff. It's not the police job to tell you who at your establishment is over-serving.
I know,
That's
but-
your job.
No, but one thing is we have a casino too, right? People will get drunk from, I already fixed my 2 mailbox. Coming from there, just smash the mailbox. But the bad part is the space is too big. The camera couldn't focus on the car, what license plate. And that next day, what we can do, we just bought the new one, put it back.
Okay, but I'm only referencing incidents that are directly connected to Momo, where people were on your premises. So,
I'm really sorry about that, but I really didn't know that. All I remember was on Saturday, we had to call the police to remove the person. He was sleeping in the car. He didn't even come into our bar. We have to call the police and remove him,
and why do you keep offering the bottle service?
This is thing, right? The bottles, we will go for we have a 12:31 a.m. free shot. It's called free shot, right? The lady will bring the tequila bottle, just and whoever wants it, Then if it's especially if your birthday, we will offer them, free shot. That's it. We are not giving away all the bottle, just little bit.
Well, I know you're not giving it away, you're selling
No,
bottles.
Yeah.
But that's not,
No, we are not selling the bottle. We're just giving away the free shot. Maybe people took, lots of rumor people even saying we have a competition, right? I'm telling you the truth. I'm not trying to make anything up, right? Company people will say, you guys selling cocaine, and you, the owner, have a 3 wife. They have all kinds of rumor, right? Then, I just avoid that, I just want to do my, full responsibility to the bar. That's all, Anything happen, I think we improve a lot. You can ask all the police officers lately. We don't have any fights in Momo in 1 year. I can guarantee you that. Because I changed all the security. Previous one, I switched it. Now I have a whole 5 new security. And also, like I said, I added 6 more camera in the bar and outside the parking lot too.
well, there was a battery in the bathroom in January of '26, so it's not true that there have not been any fights on the
Battery?
property. Correct.
I don't know. All we see is security will take the person out. We don't see any more fights in the bar. Then I don't know. Maybe customer, go. This. Nothing I know. Sorry about that. Yeah. Security will taking care of all the things because we pay for them for watch all the bar. Once things goes wrong, they will take the person out immediately. So that's why I had a lot of compliment. Customers say, I feel really safe, come to Momo. Now you guys don't have a fight no more because I put extra security every corner.
I don't have any more questions.
Sorry about my English. If you guys don't understand, let me know. I can repeat back to back. That's fine. Sorry about that.
Committee, do we have any questions for the license holder? Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you. I understand your English perfectly, I believe, so don't worry about that at all. My first question is pretty basic. Do you consider yourself a restaurant, first and foremost?
No, it's a bar, more bar and less restaurant.
Okay. I'm looking at your renewal application, and I believe that you consider yourself in the application to be a restaurant.
That are really nothing, because when we bought previously with the bar, the owner, Jim, he told me it's a 75% bar and 25% restaurant. Maybe my agent changed it, nothing, I didn't know about that part, sorry about that.
What do you believe your current revenue is, food versus alcohol? Like what percentage basis?
Oh, the bar, alcohol is much better than food. Basically, to be honest, Monday through Thursday, we are dead. We don't have any customer at all. We still survive, we're still trying to give people opportunity. We have a 12 bartender, it's all part-time. If, when we hire the full-time, if they don't show up, we have to close the bar. It's really hard to get the people to work, That's why Monday through Friday, basically, everybody knows that we have to rely on casino. There's no customer at all, just enough to pay for the electricity and employee, that's all. We're still trying hard, though. We're trying to give the customer good service as possible.
So the renewal application, which is dated March 28th of this year, estimates your alcohol to be at 45% of gross sales and food, then 55%. But you're saying that's not accurate, actually.
I don't know. My agent, 90%, he's the one, know all of this thing. I only just go there for Saturday night, make sure the crowd is controlled, We only have band on Friday and Saturday. Monday through Thursday, we have nothing going on. We close at 11 p.m. So I will make sure either me or my agent will be there on weekends. Make sure, control everything, security, event organizer and everything,
And I see in 2023, with your original license application, that an email was sent by your agent correcting your alcohol application, saying that, I can read you the email, it's not very long, but anyway, in essence, they're saying that the alcohol license application was completed by your CPA, and that they mistakenly listed on the application that you're a nightclub.
Right. Yeah, we remember that because when we first come to get the license, committee asked the same question, and because our CPA make the wrong application. So I think we did change that, right?
Well, there's an email from your agent. They also write, we are planning to keep the business same as before, like sports bar, serving the same food and liquor to our customers. Your current business name is
Momo Bar and Grill.
Is not Momo Sports Bar as listed on our agenda,
right,
correct?
Right.
It's Momo Bar and Grill
Yes.
is what you use?
And the logo, Momo Bar.
So perhaps if I could hold off on asking you another question for a minute, if I could ask Mr. Verbeek, normally do we ask our license holders to complete a change of DBA, doing business as application? Because it seems to me that reading the legislative history of this establishment that they were licensed as Momo Sports Bar, DBA Momo Sports Bar, as you have listed on our agenda for items 18 and 19, but then kind of magically the DBA changed, and on their renewal application, it indeed, as the license holder just testified, is Momo Bar and Grill. So I guess my main question of you, Mr. Verbeek, is does your office typically enforce the submittal of a change of DBA application, or if they change the name on a renewal, we've accepted that in the past?
We have asked them to submit changes of DBAs if they've changed their DBA.
And your colleague in your office, whoever audited this one, probably just missed that, maybe? Or okay. Okay. So it sounds like at a minimum, you or your agent need to look on the city clerk's website and submit an application to come back so we can legally change your doing business as name, because that was never done. Okay.
So my agent will be back on June 19. So before that, do I have to get it done? I can do it my personal.
Do you have any advice, Mr. Verbeek, on that one? It doesn't have to be the liquor agent, correct?
It does not have to be the agent, no. The next deadline is the 15th of June, so and before that, June, at noon on that day.
Okay, so then just to rehash, you absolutely consider the business you own to be a bar first and foremost?
Yes.
Not a restaurant, not a nightclub, a bar?
No.
And I see on your website, the title is right on the homepage, one-of-a-kind bar next to casino.
Right.
And that's what you're testifying tonight, that you are a bar, okay. Do you still offer food
Yeah.
all the other days of the week, even though you say that you don't have much business, out of
You
curiosity?
mean per day?
Yeah, like are you still open for lunch, for example?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we mark it down to even $6.99. People still don't come, you know. It's really good deal, right? Burger
Yeah.
with the fresh $6.99.
I do see your specials on here, but it looks to me that most of your specials are alcohol related as opposed to
Right,
food, but
We have a momo too, so it's kind of like dumpling special.
okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for now, Chair. Thank you.
So your big business nights are Friday and Saturday nights, correct?
Saturday nights, good. Friday sometimes good, sometimes bad. Yeah.
Wouldn't you say you are a nightclub on Friday and Saturday nights?
No, we have a karaoke night. We have a band night. You know, it's a different with the Friday. Sometimes we throw a karaoke night. It depends. If we find a good band, then they will come us play for band. And Saturday we're gonna be Latino and salsa and party things. Yeah.
Because the videos I've seen of your interior definitely look like a nightclub to me.
Yeah. So yeah, we add some lights because we have to, you know, add some light when they have a
I mean, the tables are moved aside. There's a big dance floor.
table. It's on the side. Yes, the table, the food table and chair, it's around the corner. Yeah, then have a dance floor inside. We moved the pool table. Yes.
For the entertainment nights?
Yes, yes. Because, yeah, safety, you know. Excuse me.
I have nothing further.
Yeah, thank you. A couple more follow-up questions, kind of related to what you just answered. I see also on your current website, it says, quote, Friday and Saturday private event, Latino night at 10 p.m. What do you mean by private event?
So even organized, we will rent it out the space for the night, you know. They will come in and say, hey, I got a nice band, want to come in. So we're going to rent them out for 700, 800. It depends on the band was. We do that like.
What I'm confused about is the phrase private event. So you're advertising on your website, again, Friday and Saturday private event, Latino night at 10
Right.
p.m. So could I come to your Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, you can come in,
Why,
yeah.
why does it say private event? That's what's confusing to me.
I don't know why my agent or anybody can come in though. Lots of people will come in from the casino too. Anybody can come in. There is no like, it's a full private thing. Anybody can come in. That's all. Yeah.
And then on the same section of your website, it says call DJJC to book your table.
Right.
What does,
Because the thing is when
is
they
that to book your table for
from
Friday
the
and Saturday
even
night
even
Latino night?
organizer. Because the thing is when they call, right, they all speak Spanish. We don't really understand what they're trying to say. It's a language thing, right? Then we give it to even organizer, tell them to call them so they can call them saying they speak own language. So even sometimes they will send a message to Momo Bar and Grill. Even they wrote a Spanish. I don't understand. That's why I rather let the event organizer pick up the phone, let them deal with it. It's better. Easy to have a communication.
So the book your table is for the Friday and Saturday nights because you're so popular.
Mostly it's Saturday. Yeah, the Friday is like, Sometimes we have a karaoke guy coming in, he wants to do Friday. It depends. That he will help me pick up the phone and book the table.
Do you call any of your tables or sections VIP? Out of
Yeah, we
curiosity?
do. Yeah,
You
usually.
do have VIP, and what does VIP
do,
mean?
yes.
What does VIP get you? What does VIP mean?
People have a birthday party going on. They have to pay fee $60 to get in, can sit on that table. VIP. It's a separate from the dance floor. You just got a sofa
Reserve
and one table.
a separate section that people reserve for VIP.
Just like this, yeah, separate, like table and chair, yeah.
And do they get special privileges in
There's
terms
no
of
special.
in terms of bottles?
No, there is no special.
So you absolutely aren't,
Because they
aren't using any bottle service, whether
No.
you're VIP or not VIP.
They only have a special to sit, on the sofa. That's it. It's simple, yeah.
Okay.
And we use that Friday as a band. When we have the band, then we don't have a VIP no more because we don't have a space. That stage, the band's gonna play for it. Yeah. Or if they have an organizer, karaoke guy, he will use the stage. Only Saturday we use the VIP, that section.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know I already asked you this, but just to understand it, I don't know if I asked you this specific question. Again, on the renewal form that you said was completed by your liquor agent who's out of town currently, they stated when they completed this in late March that you're 55% food, 45% alcohol.
Okay.
Can you estimate for us tonight so we can correct your renewal application, what you think the numbers are, or as the owner, you don't really know what your numbers are?
I have, to be honest, but I really don't know. He's
don't
the
know.
one handle most of
You don't know what an approximate
No, I saw
gross
that
sales
today,
would
right?
be.
Yeah. You mean sales for the alcohol and food?
Yes, alcohol versus food. Do you have any idea or no?
Not really. It's all mixed,
Okay. But this is
Sometimes food is better the day, sometimes alcohol is better, so it's all up and down. Only my CPA will know, I guess.
Okay.
He will do all the counting stuff, yeah.
Thank you again.
No problem, sir. Sorry about yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier on your testimony that you had made a change on security.
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Year ago now.
A year ago?
Yeah.
And can you share again what was the change? Where did you go from where to what?
Because we have to call out, like she and Captain show up and bar, like we had a problem with the customer.
What do you have before versus what did you change to?
Oh,
Not why, but what was the change itself?
Because security, the previous security, they are not really doing their job. They're just not concentrate on all the customer, Always I have to run down, hey, come over there, no, they're over there fighting this and that. Then I got tired of it because the officer will come into my bar, hey, can I see that video? We will provide all the information. Then I got tired of it, then I keep searching for another security. Finally, I found it. From now on, I'm probably to say that we have no fight at all in the bar.
So do you hire security people? Is
Yes.
that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And And then with the conversations that you have with Monona Police Chief, Shaney, Brian, yesterday, what was, what was his input back to you about his concerns?
No,
What did he have to say?
no, I told him, Momo really want to work with you, please let us know. Did they really come from Momo? He said, I'm not sure about it. I can't guarantee that. People will say a lot of different things, And I say, please, this is my number, this is my agent number. Please contact us if you need anything. We can help. Let me know. Then after that, I went to visit Madison East Marshal. I say the same thing. Please let us know. To us, when we received the letter, it was surprise. Most of the thing will happen on weekend. I know that. Either I'm there or my agent will be there. Because when I heard something like that, we have no clue, Like a lot of people will say something, but you don't know it's true or not. Because nobody see it. If something, those sexual thing happen, I bet it's a big deal, big deal. Guarantee the officer will come and want to see all the camera. We have a really good camera inside. You can see every corner.
Thank you.
That's all I want to say.
Yep, thanks. That's all I have for now.
When you rent the space out, what are the terms of the rental?
Rental is like if any damage, the chair, whatever, the person have to pay for it. And if you want to per daily, they have to either 600 or it depends on the band. It depends on the crowd, Who will be the DJ tonight? They have their own community things going on. I have no idea. All I do is security, you have to provide all. No, I provide security, you have to pay for the security. Then okay. Yeah, pretty much that's it. Then band, how much the band costs, you have to pay, then you can collect the entrance. Yeah, it's.
So are they monitoring the door then? when
They are
customers
the
come
one
in?
monitoring the door, yes. And they will even have that, what do you call that, How many people in and out. I will go there and check too sometimes. Hey, Bo, we got 145, okay. Then 3 people out, 3 people. And then we have enough people in there. I say, okay, then, when there's people, you really cannot go, see it. Because we have one patio door, right? From the dance by the VIP and patio door, people will move out from there too. Sometimes people will walk out, then they will send another 4 people in. So it's keep going the circle, so I guess.
You stated earlier that most of the people you rent to are Spanish speaking.
Right.
So how do you communicate?
They speak English. The event organizer, they speak English. What I'm saying is the customer, when they call, then most of the customer is Spanish. Some of them speak English like me. Some of them, they don't even speak. So that's why, it's hard to communicate. I rather give it to the event organizer, tell them, why don't you pick up the phone and explain to them what's for tonight, who is the band coming out. Then they can explain more than me.
And do you provide the bartenders for the people who
No,
rent?
it's my bartender. Yeah, I provide the bartender, yes.
Okay. But they collect money at the door, so they monitor the door.
Yeah, they
person who
monitor.
rents it.
Yes, they have to collect the door. They pay for the security. They pay for the decoration too.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. One of the main reasons here is because of our serving. So how many bartenders do you have?
You mean the
On the
total?
difficult, like in a busy night, for example?
Oh, busy now. I have 4 bartenders.
4 bartenders. Are they all licensed?
Oh, they're all licensed, yes.
So they all have the training for
Oh, yes.
alcohol serving? Do you do recurrent trainings?
Sorry?
Like, do you do additional trainings during the year to refresh people on
Yeah,
the
we
rules?
do that. Yeah, so like every once a month, we had a meeting too. When now we have 4 bar, it's perfect. They've been working with me for like more than 2 years now. They know overserve. They know if they see the customer overserve, they will let the other girls know. Don't serve them. give them a water on the house, give them free, that's fine. If they really couldn't walk, whatever, I told them, try to get the key from the customer or call his wife or whatever. Either they pick them up. Sometimes I did take the Uber and drop the customer too. Their houses, I did that. Yeah.
Right, thank
Just
you.
trying my best. Sometimes you really cannot observe everything. Once they have 100 and some people, you cannot, see when they come into the moment, they already have like 70% down. Who knows that? Because body language, you cannot tell the person is drunk or not. When they speak, then finally you understand, oh, he's over now. Stop serving them. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. One more question, please. On your entertainment license renewal application,
Yes.
you say that, again, this is, I'm sure as your liquor agent completed this as well, but they say that you use a promoter called Wisconsin Live Entertainment.
I think so,
You know
yeah.
who that is? No?
No, I don't know.
You don't know what they do exactly for you at your business?
Wisconsin Live Entertainment.
Yeah. Wisconsin Live Entertainment, it says. Is the name of the promoter you use.
No, nothing I know. Sorry about that. Nothing I know.
Would that be the DJ? Or do you employ the DJ directly?
Oh, nothing I know.
You don't know? Okay.
Most of the paperwork, my agent and my CPA will handle it. I'm the one mostly stay on a bar at Saturday night or Friday night. Most of like 90%, 80-90%, I will be there to make sure everybody is safe,
And on those nights that you're there, the weekend nights, does DSP security always work?
You mean the security?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On the application, it says it's DSP Security Independent Contractor.
Yes. Always, Friday, Saturday, we have a security all the time.
And you feel that they're reliable and they do a good
Oh,
job?
yeah, now, new one, yeah, it's absolutely rebel. I'm so proud to say that. I'm telling everyone now we got a really good security now. Used to, even though we, hire 5 people, always they have things going on. They don't even really care about their job duty, Then surprise, I fired them right away. I get a new one. Now security is perfect. I can confidence to tell you that. Even the people come in, they will patch it like when you going into the airport.
How long?
Patch everything.
How long have you used the
1 year
current
now.
one? Oh, it's been exactly 1 year,
Yeah,
like
so
you
that's what
mentioned.
we're doing, yeah.
Okay, thank you again.
Yep, thank you for the question.
Sure.
Are there any other questions for the license holder? Are there any other questions for the license holder? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about, I was just looking in the legislative file, and it looks like in 2024, you had a change of agent to Ana Antimo. Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
It looks like in 2024, you changed your agent to someone named Ana Antimo?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So Carl is no longer the agent?
Yeah, Carl Sring is my agent right now. Yeah. Because I'm not quit her job, that's why.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Anna, the previous agent, she quit the job, so Carl is take over the agent. Carl Sring.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess my question then is for Mr. Verbic. Can you confirm who is, if the city has on file who the current agent is?
Let me look up that real quick.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. So while Jim is looking that up, are there any other questions for the license holder? Otherwise, I'll have him go sit down for a minute. And we'll talk to Captain Hartman. So if you want to just have a seat for a
Oh,
few
yeah.
minutes. Yep. We'll bring you back up if we have any questions. Attorney McReynolds, did you have another question, or? I see your hand still up. Oh, wrong way. So Captain Hartman, what experience has the Madison Police Department had with this establishment?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of the data before me here tonight. This one establishment being in the East District with Captain Marshall, I was not provided any further details on it. I think Attorney Zillivi has put out several of the concerns, especially with being so close to the belt line and potential over serving. Hearing some of the practices that are going on there are some concerns, obviously, as to potential over serving, as well as monitoring the groups that are coming in there and how they're conducting business per se.
So according to our records, we do have Carl as the agent. I do see a email we received from Anna resigning as the liquor beer agent. I'm not sure how the change was made in our system to move it back to Carl as the liquor beer agent, but I think they would need to submit a change of agent to make that official.
That's what it looked like to me as well. Thanks for confirming that, Jem.
Alder Verveer.
This is completely an aside, but for our IT media team, tech support, I notice on the screen that a link is being used by someone else who looks like very much like Police Lieutenant Jennifer Hanna and not Assistant City Attorney Jennifer Zillivi. So I'm hoping tech support could change the name on that. And also, Jen, if you don't know, your camera's on and shaking a lot. But thank you. I just wanted to see if we can get that corrected because it might be confusing to some watching. Thanks.
Wondering what was back there. So
Yep,
committee,
I can take care of that.
so committee, do we have any questions for staff? Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. I had a couple questions for Captain Hartman. First, the sexual assault incident. Can we dig into that a little bit and understand who MPD talked to at the bar? Like, the licensee this evening is saying that he wasn't aware that police needed video footage or that there was a crime like this happening in the premises. So I would like to hear more detail on that if you have it.
I can see if I can dig that up real quick if you just give me a minute here. And I'm not sure if Attorney Zillivi has a case number readily at hand. Otherwise, I'll start to dig and see what I can find.
Thank you.
I have the report here. And on arrival, the officer says that the victim was in a car with a staff member from the bar. Security was outside and seen multiple security cameras. I asked how we might get video footage at a later date. P.O. Stefan spoke with the manager / owner of Momo's and gathered that information. So it was, let's see. The officer was contacted by the owner, Carl. He provided his phone number and email and indicated that he could not access video until tomorrow, and that if I emailed him a request, he would send it or reach out to me to obtain it. So,
Thank you. And then, is it correct that that video footage was not provided?
I don't know for a fact, but
Do we know if there was any follow-up from them?
it says, I emailed Carl for a video request and will complete a supplemental report if he sends it, and there was no supplemental report.
So it was an incident that took place maybe outside, if I'm understanding correctly, but still like.
Well, the
on
victim was in the
premises?
car in the parking lot with somebody from Momo when police arrived.
I know we might have more questions in that area, but another question for Captain Hartman. Have you seen improvements over the last year as the licensee claimed this evening with his new security in place and new cameras maybe? Like, have you seen any decrease in calls for service?
I can jump in because
Sure.
this is in the East District, so Captain Hartman wasn't really informed of the issues with this place. There's not a ton of police calls, but again, the issue seems to be the over-serving. So in comparison to other establishments that have more calls for service, they don't have a ton of calls for service. They're also located quite a bit off the beaten path, so they are more off the radar, I will say.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions this moment.
And then for Attorney Zillavi, could I get the case number on that one?
It is 2025-00482025.
So it was 482025.
Yes, 482025.
Well, Captain Hartman's looking that up. Alder Cole.
Thank you. Attorney Sylvie, so what are you recommending here?
Conditions I would recommend shall not permit buckets with bottles or cans of alcohol on tables or bar. Shall not serve more than 2 alcohol beverages to a single patron at a time. Shall not advertise drink specials. And Momo employees shall monitor the door at all times, including counting capacity.
What's the capacity for this location?
One second.
What we have on here is 160 inside, 16 outside.
Thank you.
And I'll just add that I mean, granted, there is a liquor beer agent who presumably knows more about the business, but it's a little disconcerting that the owner does not seem to have a lot of knowledge about his business and how it operates. I mean, he didn't even know who completed the renewal application. I find that problematic. And I think it's also something of note that he mentioned several times that they have all these food specials, but nobody seems to come. And so when that happens frequently, alcohol is the moneymaker, so that's what is focused on. And it sure seems like that is the case with this establishment. That's it.
Will it be appropriate to request for this location to be, to address some of these issues with an audit, like we've done in the past?
I think that would be appropriate.
And then they will, can you please, I know we've done that a couple of times, so it's been a while, so can you just refresh our memory, what does that entail?
So I'd have to look at the ordinance to see specifically what the language is in terms of requesting it, but an audit can be requested if there is, I don't know if evidence is the right word, but if it appears that an establishment who represents itself as a restaurant, even though, I mean, you heard, at first he says it is, and then he says it's not, and so what is it? But that in order to determine what the establishment really is, when there's conflicting information in terms of whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a bar, then an audit is appropriate.
And then if we go that route, and it turns out that the alcohol sales are higher, which they most likely will be, is there then room for conditions at that time or not? Or is that just a direct and immediate grounds for revocation?
Well,
I mean, I think we started it out again with the Shiva Hut, I'm pretty sure. At some point, we asked for an audit and then started to put the processes in place to improve the conditions of the location.
right. Conditions couldn't be put on until the following licensing year, but that's how that would work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had asked Captain, I was actually, I don't know if Captain Harman is waiting for me to ask a question here. I don't know, telepathic communication. Were you able to find any additional information on that case?
In looking at it, there is no video in property, so I don't believe officers were able to collect anything, or nobody got back to them from the establishment to provide them with that evidence as requested. In looking at it, when officers contacted the victim, she was quite heavily intoxicated to the point where she had already vomited before the officers arrived on scene. So not only could we potentially be looking at obviously over-serving of people while driving, but obviously the over-serving and the victims that it's causing or harming here. So it also looked on this night too, it was a Latino night or a Hispanic night, so there might have been another entertainer or vendor that was involved in it. So there might be some control issues, if you will, with management as well as these other people that are hosting events at Momo's here.
And can you also, what was the date on this report? I heard 2025 as a number, so was that in 2025?
Yeah, November, and I show November 1st, 2025.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then somewhere around in there. So towards the end of 2025, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney McReynolds, I have a question for you. So we have a liquor license renewal, and I know you covered this in an email to us, what our options are. and a renewal for an entertainment license. And what we can do are two distinctive things. So what, if you could refresh the committee's memory about what we can do with a liquor license and what we can do with an entertainment license tonight.
Thank you, Chair. I had given that information to compare the difference between what was noticed on the agenda as a revocation for an entertainment license. These are both separated. They're just separated renewals. So under this, I would recommend that basically you are looking at conditions, and that the conditions would be the same on both the alcohol and entertainment license. I'll look up again just to see if there's another option with the entertainment license, but it has not been, it's not on the agenda as a revocation like the other one was. But I'll double check that.
Okay. Attorney Zilliby.
I'll just add that there's a process for revocation of an entertainment license, and that process did not occur here. If the committee wants that to happen, they can request that a revocation action be filed against the entertainment license at a later date.
Attorney Zilliby, can you go over the recommended conditions from the city?
Shall not permit buckets with bottles or cans of alcohol on tables or the bar. Shall not serve more than 2 alcohol beverages to a single patron at a time. No advertising drink specials. Momo employees shall monitor the door, including counting capacity at all times.
Ms. Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. As we're thinking about conditions, I would suggest we also consider the issue of video surveillance, like we did for the previous item, given the really serious and concerning issue with the sexual assault and not being responsive to requests for video surveillance. So I would suggest to my committee members that we consider that as well. Maybe also codifying the private security as a condition like we have done for other licensees recently. Maybe also that food must be available at all times if we have some question about that, alongside the heavy drink specials on Friday and Saturday night. Those are just some initial thoughts.
Alder Cole.
I'm not opposed to most of the conditions, but I am on the fence on regarding to the special thing, especially being a bar that is already struggling to stay afloat. And yeah, I mean, I think the other conditions will be fine, but I wouldn't take away from them the opportunity to compete within their space to get people in. And I know we're trying to limit, I don't even know how we're gonna police the 2 drinks, but I guess they can get out of it and see that that will be the way to do that. So I'm fine with that, but not, having part-time people there working part-time and then just adding this extra burden, I'm not comfortable with that. And I get the case, it's a there was a violent case happening there in 2025. I don't understand why the applicant didn't know about that, so that I do struggle with that particular situation. And I don't disagree with Attorney Sylvie that as an owner, he should be more informed of running his business. Perhaps maybe an audit can help us figure out what is happening. There's many other little things here about the agent changes and things like that. But I don't know. I'm struggling with adding that extra condition.
Ms. Clemens?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify, the one that Alder Figueroa Cole, you are on the fence about was Attorney Zillivi's suggestion to add a condition for no advertising for drink specials. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Alder Glenn?
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask when Figueroa was raising her hand about that. A clarifying question for Attorney Zillivi. Are we talking about like bulk drink specials, or are you just saying drink specials?
Just drink
Like-
specials.
So like a certain flavor of drink or a certain margarita, like you're talking like that level of special, or like you
No, like
get-
the 2-for-1 or $1
Oh, yeah,
shots, that kind of thing.
Okay. The other question I have, one that I wonder if we could have a discussion about is, and I know we've done this, let me just say it, around like cameras, because if he's struggling to have the cameras be of benefit to police, I know Attorney Zillivi, like before when we had worked together around like different housing things, like there was like to make sure that it was working. Because it sounds like that was a hindrance for the video, that it just didn't really work. It was too dark, that there's the ability to use the footage, I think would be even more important than having it or keeping it if it's not working. Is that something we could do, Attorney Zillivi, like be more clarifying about that, or Amber, Attorney McReynolds, like that it sounds like that it was dark and that they really weren't of benefit to the captain.
Well, I also don't think they should be making an evaluation of, well, I don't think this will help you out, so we're not going to give you the video. I mean, if they request it, they should be giving it to
Oh, they
them.
didn't even hand it over? I thought I heard you say they handed it over, but it was black. No?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just a point of clarification, that was, the applicant had talked about the accident in their parking lot that had taken out their mailbox.
Right.
And that's what the video was too far away and discussing versus the video requested for the sexual assault investigation, which was never responded to, possibly. Attorney
Thank you.
McReynolds, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. To respond further, Vice President Glenn, I don't think it's inappropriate to add a condition like the one you were thinking about, or something similar to Taco Bell where the condition is to work with MPD, and MPD could assist in evaluating whether their cameras are working properly, if they are, something that is going to be helpful for them. So I don't see any issue from a legal standpoint with that condition.
So I think from discussion, we have possibly agreement on 3 of the conditions that the city attorney has put forth, with a possibility of adding an audit into the mix and also adding another proactive plan, working with MPD around their issues, and then possibly then bringing them back at another meeting to see where we are at with that. So, in general summary of the discussion that we've had so far. Alder Cole.
Yeah, I agree that we can copy some of the conditions from earlier and be consistent. I think benefits everybody. That's part of being proactive. I will not schedule it for September though. Just go to the next one so we can have a little room there. So yeah, that's I'm
Is that a motion?
well. I think I don't know if you want to reframe your motion.
Do we have them? Did anyone put forward? No, we've just had discussion. We haven't had a motion yet.
And if you do want to order the audit, make sure that you can include that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, but
It-
okay.
It depends how long, like sometimes they just get a mishmash of records that takes them much longer to go through an
I
audit.
just want to know,
so-
like, from the time that we're going to want them back, like, is it going to be 6 months, 3 months?
I would,
How much do we give finance to do an audit before they come back to us?
I think 4 months,
Okay,
just to be safe.
yeah, so that will be fine. October will be fine.
So yeah, so if we were looking at October for them to come back, we should have different pieces in. Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a reminder to my colleagues, there is I think Attorney Zillowy mentioned this earlier, there is a specific ordinance relating to audits directed by this committee, and I see the language the last time we ordered an audit. It reads as follows: Alcohol License Review Committee directs the Finance Department to conduct a financial audit of the name of the establishment, and then we stated what years the audit would cover. So in this case, it was from 2023 to the present, but we were silent on when the city's internal auditor would be able to complete the work. But we need to determine when the audit would start, it seems to me, what time period we would ask. Perhaps Assistant City Attorney McReynolds has more advice on ordering an audit.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so for those who want to look, well, let's see. I'm looking at the ordinance and I will find the exact site in a moment, but it appears that a financial audit is when a license has a condition that it must qualify as a restaurant under 3802. And I don't see that this establishment has that condition. There is a section where MPD can look at things like a business's book of accounts, bank statements, billings, invoices, that type of thing without any warrant for the purpose of determining things about taxes. But I'm not certain that it's possible to ask for this type of audit when they are not, as of now, required to be a restaurant. And I also, I think maybe Attorney Zillaby could clarify that if there's a disagreement or if I'm missing something here.
Did you, Attorney McReynolds, did you read 10A?
Yeah, let me just go
Well,
back
10 and
now.
10A.
Right, 10A is the one about the premises inspections for MPD.
Oh, I mean 10 then. I mean 10, not 10A.
Oh, okay. Let me just take a closer look. Do you think, are you saying that that part overrides the requirement in 10B?
Well, I'm pointing that out to you as the advisor of the
Yeah.
committee.
Yeah, so the section that Attorney Zilby is referring to is that it says any refusal to permit such inspection or financial audit shall automatically operate as a revocation of any license. And that application for a license shall be deemed as consent to this provision. I still think that under 10B, that it's a prerequisite for asking for an audit that the establishment has a condition to qualify as a restaurant. Thank you.
So committee, what would you, I guess, like to do? This one, for many different reasons, is very messy. We do know that, just to clarify, that we need to get a change of agent agreement filled out, application filled out, correct, Jim? We also need to have a name change, business name change, doing business as, filled out by the license holder. So those two things need to be done, but they don't need to be conditions of the license. That's just Madison legal things that we need to have happen. So I guess the real question is around, right now, the advice of Attorney McReynolds about if we add the audit condition or not. So if someone would like to put forth a motion, and then we can see where we go with that. Or finishing discussion. I think we've got as much clarity as we possibly can have out of this situation and what we can legally do right now. Alder Cole.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulties with my computer, it won't type, so it's driving me crazy. I've been trying to get that. So, Attorney Sylvie, can you please repeat the conditions? All but the marketing one. And I try to formulate something here.
do think Jim has those written. You don't have them written down? Not yet? Okay.
Okay, so go
Okay,
on,
one of
Jen.
the three. So we'll,
Shall not permit buckets with bottles or cans of alcohol on tables or the bar. Shall not serve more than 2 alcoholic beverages to a single patron at a time. Momo employees shall monitor the door, including counting capacity at all times.
Jim, do you get that? And in addition to that, then,
the same.
the language that we used in the prior one to get them back here in October, and the language that we use, or similar language that we use for the security cameras. Workable, whatever, I think we mentioned that we had language already that we had used before. So not the bucket things, the 2 drinks, the capacity, the cameras, coming back to us in October. And I'm missing something already. I can't believe it's this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, correct.
Here, perhaps, or
Okay. Hold on.
If I could also mention 2 others that were discussed, that food must be available at all times, and that private security must be utilized on Friday and Saturday evenings. Which it sounds like is not controversial to the licensee, because he's got them.
Can I ask real quick to the applicant, do you serve food all the time?
Oh, come up, if you could come up to the,
You gotta speak over there.
yeah.
We serve 7 days, Monday through Sunday,
All the time?
all the time.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. That's all. Then I'm good.
I have one other condition that, based on what I've heard from him, I think would be important, is that Momo shall not at any time cede control of the establishment operations to a third party.
So just to clarify, I mean, they can, while they have entertainment there, you're asking them to be outside, right? Is that what that means?
Well, they can't allow somebody else to check IDs at the door. They have to have their staff doing it. They can't allow somebody else to provide their own security. They can't allow somebody else to provide bartenders.
Do you understand that? Okay, thank you. That's fine. Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, we have a second. from-
And Jim, can you read that
So
back to
we'll
us
have-
in a form?
Yep, we'll have Jim read that all up. Thank you, Attorney Zillivi, for that last condition, because that really is clarifying my concerns around the entertainment license and ceding control of the establishment.
All right, please let me know if I'm missing anything or if anything needs to be corrected. So the conditions are, number 1, shall not permit buckets of bottles or cans at patron tables. Number 2, shall not serve more than 2 alcohol beverages to a single patron at a time. Number 3, Momo employees shall monitor the door, including counting capacities at all times. Number 4, food must be available at all times. Number 5, Momo shall not at any time cede control of the establishment to a third party. Number 6, I copy this over. Oh, yeah. Number 6, upon being informed by the Madison Police Department, the establishment shall retain any video evidence until informed by the Madison Police Department that it is no longer needed. And number 7, I don't know if you wanted this proactive plan part of it by included. The establishment shall work with the Madison Police Department on a proactive plan to understand ongoing issues and shall appear before the Alcohol License Review Committee meeting on October 21st, 2026.
I'm good with that.
There was the
What's
seed
the other one?
control.
I said seed control.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
And one more, which I forget which number it is, but private security shall be utilized on Friday and Saturday evenings. Do we need to specify times? I think Friday and Saturday evening is sufficient.
Number 8, private security shall be utilized on Friday and Saturday evenings.
That's my suggestion, if that's okay with Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm good.
Alder Verveer.
Yeah. Thanks, just a suggestion, although Mr. Verbic might be doing it anyway, but that we be consistent and use the form of the establishment shall, instead of listing the name of the establishment, et cetera, in some of them and not others. Thank you.
Any discussion? Attorney Zillivi.
A teeny correction on the shall not cede control of the establishment operations to a third party.
Operations, okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, any objections to approval? Seeing none, this item is approved with its conditions. Previously, the license holder did not have any conditions, so we did not need to include that bit in the last part. Just, yes. Yes, and these will be both on 18 and 19. Thank you very much. Yep. Up next.
Okay, please register on the.
Yep.
Yeah.
What? Oh, sorry, Mike.
Thank you. I move a 10-minute recess, and perhaps during the recess, Mr. Verbic could assist the license holder with registering and also maybe listing what those applications are that he still needs to submit.
I can send it to the agent. The
Okay.
Other agent.
Okay, thank you.
But, okay, 10. So you seconded the motion for our 10-minute recess? Recess? Yes, second. Any objection? Seeing none, we will be back in 10 minutes, which will be 9:59. We'll be back at 10 o'clock. We'll round it up. You got 11 minutes. And let us call our break over and call back our meeting. Jim, we're going to need to do a roll call again, so if you could run through that, that would be great.
Alder Glenn?
Here.
Alder Glenn is here. Alder Revere? Here. Alder Revere is here. Alder Figueroa Cole? Alder Figueroa Cole is here. Ms. Harrington? Ms. Harrington is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Ms. Clemens? Here. Ms. Westra is here. Ms. Farley? Ms. Farley is still not here. All right, Chair, we do have quorum.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for indulging in our break. It was needed by everyone. Up next is item 20 and 21, a separated liquor license renewal for TGRM LLC doing business as Soto at 303 North Henry Street, Agent Carla Ortega, and also same information for the entertainment, their separated entertainment license. Jim, do we have any registrants?
Yes, we have three registrants. For 20, we have Nick Gerwin and Susan McKinney. And then for 21, we have Ellen Dispens.
Okay. We will call up the license holders in a bit. Attorney Zilleby, if you could tell us why these have been separated today.
This was at the request of the Madison Police Department regarding concerns with an increase in fights and disturbances at Soto. And a concern of over-serving patrons. I will say that in general, the police department has had a good working relationship with Soto, and I think they've worked fairly closely to try and resolve issues. But there seemed to be an increase in the fights and disturbances in 2026. And there was an incident in April involving the manager and co-manager at Soto, which gave the police department some pause and concern over the issues that had been occurring at the establishment. And I outlined the calls for service that in 2026, there's been 72 calls for service. 13 of those resulted in police reports written for disturbance and batteries, at least one of those a substantial battery, and fights. And that's the basic synopsis. I think it would be helpful for you to hear from Officer Schmidt, who has worked directly with Soto on some of their issues.
Okay, and do we have Officer Schmidt here with us? Yeah, if you could just come up here and reintroduce yourselves to the new people that might be watching us tonight.
I'm Officer Schmidt with the Madison Police Department. I'm a member of the Central District Community Policing Team. And so, as Attorney Zilleby's right, the Madison Police Department has had a very good working relationship with Soto in the past. We, as a police department, did notice a large increase in calls for service surrounding Soto. Earlier this spring, there were a couple weeks in a row in which we noticed during weekend nights, specifically during bar time, it was one of the places that officers definitely needed to sit due to the frequency of disturbances out front, a couple of which resulted in officers being injured. To Soto's credit, when I reached out to them, they were very open to communication, working with me. We scheduled tavern safety trainings. We scheduled separate trainings to go over and discuss certain options and methods that could be put in place to curtail these disturbances. And to their credit, they seem to employ them pretty quickly, resulting in more infrequent disturbances. Some of these include pushing patrons left, right across the street so that during bar time they're not all sitting in one drunken pack in front of the front doors waiting for their Ubers, bumping into each other. Increasing security at the door to kind of calm the crowd, increasing security inside, paying attention to over-serving. I will also say that there were a couple weeks in a row where I sat outside and I watched patrons leaving the tavern, stumbling, needing to be helped along by friends so that they could walk. I did bring these issues to ownership's attention. I discussed the over-serving issues, the legality of allowing patrons inside with who appeared drunk as well. And to my recollection, I was informed that they had been dealing with patrons who were consuming alcohol in the line prior to making entrance into the tavern. We discussed that as well, and to my recollection, they've tried to curtail that as well. Long story short, the disturbances did go down. However, in April, I believe, police responded to another disturbance inside of Soto. Once police arrived on scene, statements were received by staff members, and video was obtained of the incident. When matching the statements that were provided to police to the video that was provided to police, the two did not match up. And I have reached out to Soto to try to resolve this in a couple of meetings, but ultimately it ended up resulting in citations and the arrest of one of the owners, or managers rather. Since that incident occurred, calls for service have still remained low. And Soto has also still reached out with video for officers of disturbances that happen outside, without the prompting of police, as well as reached out to discuss that previous incident, as well as the ongoing relationship between police and Soto.
Are you, do you go into the establishment ever? Like in the course of responding?
Officers do often. I have on a couple of the occasions, but I haven't gone all the way inside. Usually I go into the front entrance to make contact with staff or security while other officers continue in.
Because it's for the committee's information, the bar itself is downstairs, correct?
Yes, it's downstairs in the basement. So when patrons walk inside, they go past the ID checkpoint, go down a hall, turn pretty much 180 degrees and walk downstairs to the lower area where the tavern is located.
I don't have any other questions for the officer. I do want to note that Soto does offer bottle service in their VIP rental And I think that bottle service is, well, first of all, it's not legal to have bottle service, but it also contributes to over-serving because there's no, somebody gets a bottle of intoxicating liquor and can drink it however they please, and there's no monitoring of the consumption when there's bottle service. So that would be, even though it's not allowed in the ordinance, I would ask for that as a condition on this license, similar to the last establishment we dealt with.
Thank you. So you mentioned something about people drinking outside, you mean on the line outside? And I think I've been at this location for some fundraising at some point. So there's no patio outside, right? It's just a line control system that they have?
So the line is set up along the western wall of the business, stretching out towards the intersection of Henry and State Street. And it runs along the wall, and there is a fence separator
Right, so
that
where the
divides the
new
line
ramp
from the
is for the
sidewalk.
parking ramp. So I know exactly what this is, but there's no patio there. They don't have a patio where they can have people sitting and buy alcohol and drink outside.
Correct.
So I mean, they shouldn't be drinking outside, I suppose, right? That's an open container.
That would be an open intox as far as the Madison Police Department is concerned. If an officer, and I did reach out to officers who were working DSI to keep an eye on the lines outside, and if they see open intoxicants, to address it appropriately, as police would. I recommended the placement of signs along the line for SOTO staff to put up, stating something to the effect of, open intoxicants are not allowed, or we have the right to refuse entry to anyone into the bar for appearing drunk or something like that, just so that people who are standing in line can see that prior to entry.
Thank you, that's all I got for now.
Do they currently monitor the line?
There's
Do they have staff outside monitoring the line?
The last time I was out there was a security member out in front of the line monitoring and standing at the front door. I didn't see him walking back and forth, but at the same time, I was doing roving patrol at the time, so I wasn't sitting there for extended periods of time either.
So you don't know whether they actually look at what's going on in the line and address it?
Correct.
Committee,
That's it for me.
Alder Revere.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being with us all night, Officer Schmidt. First, could you elaborate further on the incident that occurred on April 4th related to the co-owners?
As
you were explaining, in essence, why obstructing was referred as a charge or a citation issued. But I don't recall you mentioning the allegations regarding a battery involving one of the co-owners. Could you explain that one further? And I presume, are you going to do that? Is that what you're...
I had a note here to clarify that there was no charge referred for battery. It was referred for disorderly conduct and obstructing, and it's unclear at this point whether those charges will be forthcoming or if it'll just be municipal citations. And then there was a municipal citation issued for obstructing.
Thank you for the clarification. So in terms of the battery, it was like a misdemeanor citation and referral to the Dane County DA's office, or it's still an open case and you may or may not have a municipal battery citation?
So I would need to review my report for more of the exact verbiage as far as municipal citation, misdemeanor. One of the managers was cited for obstruction based off of a statement that did not match up to the video that was provided to police. And while battery was pursued as a charge initially based off of what was observed in the video, contact wasn't able to be made with the victim of the battery, therefore no battery charges. But the disorderly conduct based on that behavior, as well as the obstruction for the statement that didn't match up, were still appropriate.
And when you mean manager, you mean the Ortega sisters?
That's correct.
Okay. And the DC, it's still being determined if it's state or
So I
municipal
can't remember,
charges?
because I did physically, custodially arrest one of the sisters.
And transport them to the
And transport them to the PSB. I can't remember if I left her there to post on a citation or for the misdemeanor state charge. I would need to check my report for that clarification.
I see. But you said you did review video, or no?
Yes, I did review video.
From what you remember watching, did it seem like the victim, if you will, although I guess you said you never were able to interview a victim, that it was, in your professional opinion, though, something that was unlawful contact? It wasn't like what you run into many weekends where a tavern employee has to intercede?
I'm not going to put words in the mouth of the person who experienced the incident. I will say that I did review the video. Given the sensitivity of the subject, the individuals involved being managers at a local tavern, as well as our relationship with the tavern, I reviewed the video with my command staff, my lieutenants, captains, and the decision was made to do the charges that we did. So several eyes were on it. A lot of people who are higher up than me as well, given the sensitivity of it. And this was the decision that was made.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And perhaps, Chair, would it be appropriate now to ask Captain Hartman and/or Lieutenant Hanna, who I believe is also with us, to comment on the incident last month, before I might ask Officer Schmidt some other questions? Or would you rather we wait?
Let's just do that all together right now.
Okay.
Since
So either Captain or Lieutenant or both of them. I don't know if either of them has decided which might want to share more information on the last month's incident.
I will defer to Lieutenant Hannah if she can unmute herself. I believe she's on her phone now, potentially, and elaborate a little bit more on this one.
Thank you.
in Zoom? I'm not, because that's not her. I don't think we have, isn't that? Lieutenant Hannah, are you there? And can you unmute yourself? It looks like we are having problems with the one number we don't quite know who it is in our panelists.
Does anybody remember for a phone how to be able to unmute? I think because she's calling, it's like star
69.
Yeah,
Six.
our tech support could help if,
Yeah.
and see what they're seeing on their end too.
It would be *6 to unmute, and I don't see Lieutenant Hannah in the panelists.
Do you have
Well, if
Jim
Lieutenant-
Boxer from
Oh,
Everlake?
now there's someone talking.
That was a phone
Jim
number.
Boxer. Looking for Jim Boxer for Tavern League?
Oh, that
Oh,
is- that
it's Tavern League representative. Thank you, Jim, for identifying yourself.
Thank you. That's who I thought it was.
If Lieutenant Hannah can hear my voice, perhaps she could just reuse that link assigned to Assistant City Attorney Zillivi that she used earlier in the meeting. And that would work since she was on the screen earlier.
Yeah, I'm not getting a reply back from her via text or whatever. Her batteries may have all died given the length of the meeting, so I know her laptop had battery had already died. So I did not review the video of this one specifically. I know Lieutenant Hannah had, and I know we were aware of the incident, but then after reviewing the video and the things that did occur, it was obvious to us that we did have probable cause to make an arrest in this one, and that is why MPD moved forward with charges in this.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you'd feel comfortable explaining more the circumstances of what you saw in the video in terms of what the disorderly conduct was, and more specifically, if either of you have anything more you'd be comfortable saying about it.
Oh, again, I wasn't able to review that video specifically. I know Lieutenant Hannah had, so I won't be able to speak to what the video did show. But I do know, obviously, that what we did see led us to believe that we could easily make charges or refer charges in this case here. So staff owning a part in the disturbance that occurred based on what was there. And again, just based off of that, I don't know if Officer Schmidt feels comfortable sharing anything else from there, but that's about all I'll be able to contribute to that.
I'm just trying to decide,
I'm just a little bit confused. So is this an open investigation, or is this already closed? Is there a report other than the video? Or is this an ongoing investigation?
I believe the court date has not happened yet.
Okay, so
It's open.
I just want to make, I don't know what the hesitation is about, that it's an open case or if it's a sensitive information. Either way, I wanted that clarification. Thank you.
If I'm at liberty to explain it here, I will. I just wanted to tread lightly with the...
I appreciate your wanting to tread lightly, and since it is open, I would rather not get into the intimate details of it. Suffice to know that an incident happened and there were charges.
So your advice, Attorney Zilvi, is that Officer Schmidt not discuss it any further? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll move on then, and sorry to put you on the spot on that one. From your observations, either in responding to calls for service or tavern safety checks, have you observed, does the establishment regularly use ID scanner like patron scan, or?
They do. They also wand at the doors with metal detecting wands.
Are you familiar, do they regularly ban patrons or not admit folks that have been banned from their establishment or neighboring establishments?
Yes, they do.
Have you observed personally the bottle service that our prosecutor has alleged? And you've been there?
I have not personally, but I deal mostly during bar time with the incidents that occur outside. That's where my focus lies. I will say in regards to the banning of subjects as well, we did have an incident once in which a suspect was substantially battered outside in the street to the point of being knocked out. And a lot of the video cameras that we were able to capture the incident were coming up empty as far as actually catching the battery that occurred out front. SOTO staff went to the length of looking through their cameras to find someone in the crowd who was videotaping the incident on their personal phone, who was standing in line, and then waited until they recognized that person come back to get the video to send to police. So they have shown steps to really work with police.
And that was in the last few months, or?
That was prior to this incident, with the arrest. The arrest itself, based off the statements that were provided, is what gave me, and the discrepancy between the statements and the video is what gave me pause moving forward as to the trustworthiness of some of the statements.
Do you have any insight as why you think things have, if you will, gone downhill at SOTO? They've obviously been in business many years, and why the calls for service have kind of exploded in the last many months?
I couldn't begin.
You don't have any ideas? Based on your experience with them, do you believe that maybe they're stretched thin because they opened a second nightclub on State Street late last year? Or you don't think that there could be any connection there?
I mean, it's possible. But I don't know how they run their business, specifically when it comes to divvying up workers at both places or who's taking lead and control at both places. But I don't know, possible.
And you might have already testified to this, but how often do you believe that Central CPT have offered training to the SOTO staff?
So
is it annually? Is it every other,
So I
several months?
specifically reached out to SOTO to provide this training, and we were able to do a combined training with both SOTO and Cielo staff to cover the topics of tavern safety, and to set up further fake ID training for dealing with underage patrons. We did cover some of those topics in that presentation as well.
So would you say that maybe there's been one training a year since you've been with the CPT, or was this the first one in a long time?
This was the first one I've given SOTO and Cielo. Sometimes taverns don't request the trainings. Sometimes if I notice issues, I'll suggest the trainings. And sometimes taverns will have a turnover with staff, and they'll suggest more trainings, and I'll do certain taverns 2-3 times a year, just depending on the turnover of their staff, given student staffing.
In the most recent case at SOTO, again, it was your initiative.
Yes.
You reached out to them and suggested training was
I would need to look back
a good idea.
to see. I don't want to speak poorly on that.
Mm-hmm. And then you mentioned underage a couple minutes ago. How would you say SOTO is in terms of underage enforcement at their doors or otherwise compared to other similarly situated establishments
I would
in the greater State Street area? Oh, go ahead, sir.
I would say we haven't noticed as much of an issue with underagers at Soto as we have with other taverns, to the point where it hasn't triggered us to perform a normal like tavern inspection to the same extent. Because when we'll approach the line, no one leaves the line. They're not expecting police to, so just for some reference, we'll do line checks where we check the line to see if we can find underage patrons in the line. If we can, that's generally an indication of there being underagers inside as well, but we haven't had issues with that with Soto.
Out of curiosity, when you have an establishment with a large fence to manage their line, how do you do those sorts of checks? Do you go, if my recollection is on Henry Street, it's quite a tall.
It's a long,
it's very long, yeah.
So you'd probably have an officer go to the front of the line, an officer go to the back, and then one towards the middle. You start IDing people in the line. You can usually tell when people try to sneak out behind friends or something like that. The barrier for the line itself is helpful because someone can't be like, oh, I wasn't in line for the tavern, I was just hanging out with my friends. Well, okay, that makes sense if you're on the other side of the fence, but if you're behind the fence in the line, you're showing intent to get into the tavern. So that's where that's helpful. But.
All right, thank you very much, officer.
Are there any other questions for the officer? Seeing none, you can go have a seat. Thank you. No. So I think we're at the point where we're ready to hear from the license holder regarding the reasons for their separations that have been brought forward. If the license holder or their representative could come up to either one and respond, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for your diligence and patience tonight. Thank you to the officers for sticking around. I'm Nick Serwin. I'm with Von Briesen and Roper. I was asked to help assist in this process, in this scenario, due to some experience I have in the municipal context in meetings just like this, primarily as the prosecutor and as the advisor to the board. I want to address first that Soto got their notice this morning for this interaction. I had been engaged with them otherwise for Cielo. And so once this came to our attention, we've been trying to address Soto itself pretty aggressively today. The goal from management, first and foremost, is to just be a good steward of the license and to operate within the confines of what the city is asking them to do. And so that's step one. We're looking at solutions. We're trying to be solution focused. I do want to address what was at least discussed, and I guess identify things that I think are important to address with the committee here. One of my questions was going to be to the officer. I understand that there's these 75 calls or 72 calls this year, and 13 of those result in reports. I'm not familiar with how Madison works in that capacity and whether or not there is some sort of threshold or mechanism that would require or show more significance or importance to a report versus a call for service. So I'm not familiar on that, but I do understand the officer's testimony that by and large, Soto has been a pretty decent to good, maybe to very good example of what they'd expect a bar ownership to do with proactively seeking videos from patrons, providing these in advance, doing what they can. And so what I can tell you is what has occurred in early 2026 has been an increase in calls. And by virtue of sitting here for as many hours as you guys have, it would seem that maybe that's a trend. I'm not sure if that's just a Madison-wide trend, but I know some other places have been seeing this increased call for service. In speaking with my clients prior to this point and coming even today and addressing this or hearing this, they've been seeing a lot of unknown clientele come in. I'm not sure, they kind of described it as not being from the area, not to make it just unknown people coming in. I don't know how else to describe it other than not their regulars. That has increased in early January and February. Around that time and in March is when they got the training from Officer Schmidt, and around that exact same time, they also started to employ more security guards. So they hired 4 or 5 more security guards and employ, I think, 5.
We added 2 more after.
Added 2 more. 5 total. Right now we have 6 total security guards at SOTO. They maintain the line. There is ID checkers on the line. They also check purses. So one of the questions, one of the things that came up was alcohol or drinking in the line. That's not alcohol that comes from SOTO. That's alcohol that's brought to SOTO and consumed in the line. And so they're also checking lines. They're also using the officer's suggestion of putting up signage and refusing or turning people away that have the mini bottles in their purse or whatever else they can find. They've noticed during this time an increase of just trash on the ground, including those mini bottles in the line and towards the entrance of the bar. So that's something they're trying to proactively address. It is not something that they are encouraging by any means and want to discourage it. They're turning people away, kicking people out because of that, or not admitting them. The bottle service, to address that, there is no concerns about that condition being imposed. But I will say that the bottle service that's advertised on their website is subsequent and post-training by the city attorney's office with bar owners on what that bottle service could look like. So there's always, they do not get a bottle and retain it without having a bartender there to serve the alcohol. My understanding is that that's how they've been trained from the city. But they have, it's not a big purchase or sale point, and so they are not, they don't, if you want to make that a condition, that is perfectly okay. To address a good chunk of the questions, and I'd be remiss if I didn't at least identify that the memo has some information about this April incident. I don't want to get into the details of it, but my concern and what I brought up in advance is that state law prohibits consideration of pending charges unless they are either substantially related to the license, or they have to be both. Substantially related to the license incident or the license, and 2, an exempt offense. Disorderly conduct and obstructing is not an exempt offense. Battery could be. And so once we learned that it wasn't a battery anymore, I mean this with the utmost respect to the committee, but it would be inappropriate and improper to consider that. She will have her penalties. If she's convicted, that might change the consideration, but they're not charges that were referred down, they're citations. I did call the DA's office today, and I don't want to mislead anybody either, so I will identify what I was informed. I wanted to know if there's pending charges, because as a former prosecutor in the DA's office, that means something very specific to me. I was told at 3:16 p.m. That there are no pending criminal charges. I also am aware that there's no citations issued yet, so we're in this weird middle ground where I don't know where it is, and I'm encouraging you from a statutory standpoint that I don't think it's appropriate to consider that. She will have her penalties. You guys can consider it at subsequent times, but today's meeting, it concerns me. And I would also just note that the memo points out that this is also concerning because of Cielo, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And so the combination of this, it's a bad look. Nobody's going to doubt that. I'm not challenging that, and we've talked about it. Don't make it this easy to get the bar here in front of the committee. I think that lesson is heavily learned. It just can't happen. You can't have management do stuff that is going to jeopardize their credibility with officers who they really highly, highly, highly respect and want to work with, and maintain a good working relationship with the city. They understand that, and will work to figure that out and remedy that going forward. So at this point, there is increased security. They are maintaining the line, watching the line. They do better than it sounds like some bars or most bars do with underagers. The increase of calls for service is certainly alarming and concerning. They noted it, the police noted it, they've increased security, they've done these trainings. They're open to any other suggestions the police have. They want to work with police, and they realize that that's an important component of having a successful bar, and not having it spiral out of control where people think this is a house where they can come in and create a mess. Once it gets down to that level and you become a disorderly bar, that's where typically I would have come in and instigated a revocation. So I appreciate this chance to come in and talk. I don't believe anything was stated about their entertainment license, but I believe they're combined together today, so the same conditions can be on both. But I don't think there's been anything really voiced that is a problem with the entertainment itself. It's more, there's been an increased calls for service in earlier this year. They want to address it as much as anybody else, if not more. Happy to answer questions. I know they asked me to speak on their behalf, but they are very eloquent and responsive business owners as well that care about this. And so I'm happy to respond as needed or turn to my clients.
Committee, are there any questions for the license holders or their representative? Nope. Alder Cole.
Thank you. Can you please give me the details on what are you going to put in place to manage the line?
Sure. Line management, we already know, has the big fence on it. They have extra security staff. Is the concern the alcohol that's in the line, or is the concern just the kind of where it goes? Okay.
I mean, the line is a concern in general. I mean, I think it's part of the entertainment license form on how to manage the line.
Signage.
Why don't you give your name just so.
Oh, I'm
it
Sue
makes the
McKinney.
record.
I'm the owner of Soto. So Officer Schmidt recommended signage on the fence. It's, it's up to here and it's got bars. And so it was pretty easy to attach signs. We did that all down the metal fence saying no drinking or no bottles allowed. And if we find something, you'll be turned away. You won't be allowed in.
So you don't admit people that you figure out have been drinking in line?
No.
Okay.
Right, correct.
And you know that it's illegal to have.
You may want to speak closer to the microphone. There's people on Zoom.
It's illegal to have somebody bring their own alcohol to your bar, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You want to make that money, not have them.
Plus, yeah, we don't want people drinking and then coming in and being intoxicated or halfway there, so that when our managers and bartenders like Zach and these gals and our staff are watching people at the bar as they're serving them, we don't want the people coming in to have a head start that we haven't noticed,
Can we commit to some component of line checks, or I know you have people at the door, right? And you have somebody inside checking. Do you have anybody outside?
Yes, when after conversations with Officer Schmidt and Madison Police, and then we did notice, incidents. We did add 4 security people. They're mostly downstairs, and after maybe 2 weeks later, we added 2 more. And one is in charge of the line, and that person does walk back and forth, and is specifically looking for. Well, his presence is kind of a deterrent for misbehaving in line. People mostly just wait pretty, nicely. But also checking for people carrying contraband that we don't want to come in, specifically little bottles of liquor, that they bring them in their purses. And then we have somebody, a new person, using the metal detector, and that person will find little pocket knives and leave them at the door for people to pick up on their way out, and sometimes they do and sometimes they forget. But to make sure that weapons don't come in, even pocket knives, and then also really keeping an eye on drinking. Sometimes people have a can of beer, and we'll just say, leave. You're misbehaving. You can't come in tonight, and that's what we've done. Yeah.
Thank you. And on regards to the staff availability, I mean, are you well-staffed, or I think Alder Rivera was trying to ask the officer what has changed for these changes to happen. And I know you mentioned that maybe people from the outside are coming, okay, sure, but what else in your business processes has changed? I mean, have you been, sounds like you're the owner for a long time, so there hasn't been a change in ownership or management or something like that that may be causing these issues?
No, it's, yeah, I've worked in Soto for about 10 years and I've owned it since 2020.
I can say we also talked about, they have separate staff for Cielo and for Soto. And so the only time there's overlap is when Cielo is having low business, sometimes because there's students and they need work, they'll go over to Soto to work because it's more busy. But there isn't, they're not drawing staff from Soto to put in Cielo.
That's all I have for now, thank you.
Ms. Clements?
Thank you, Chair.
I turned you off, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not allowed to touch the phone anymore.
Thank you. Can you give us a sense of how many of the incidences of battery or disturbances were related to people who were either waiting to go in or have just come out versus taking place in the bar itself, or like downstairs?
Going out. Sean's not registered, but can she come up and speak?
And that might be a more useful question for the officer. I don't know if staff might have anecdotal evidence or information about what they feel. So I'm happy to have them answer that, but maybe the officers have a better idea.
When they're leaving later at night, right? Yeah.
And I think the officer spoke to this a little bit, but can you talk about steps you've taken to address that issue when not having people congregate outside? Can you say a little bit more about that, and has that been successful?
One of our policies is that we stop serving, what time? 1:30.
Sure.
Yeah, you can speak, but I would just, after the meeting, if you could just register as one to speak. Yeah, that's fine, but you can come up.
Yep. I mean, these three are there till our time and getting people out at night, and I'm only sometimes.
I'm Sean Ortega. I'm one of the managers. Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me? We have people leaving at the end of the night with all our security going outside with them, because that's where we've seen kind of the fights happening, is when people congregate like on the outside. Officer Schmidt suggested that we kind of help people disperse, which we've been doing, and that's, in my opinion, helped a lot. So we have basically security standing outside until people pretty much have left the street even.
Stop serving too?
Yeah, we stopped serving at around 1:50, just so people are not sitting there, oh, I still have a full drink. And we stopped allowing people in at 1:40.
And then one of the other things I think we've done is try to, when people leave, guide them here and there, so they're not like just in a clump outside.
The security
So we do a
guys
little,
kind of
like,
push them
line
both
thing.
ways, yeah. We have seen that it's been helpful to stop letting people in around that time, so I think anybody that's coming in at that time has been drinking elsewhere for a really long time. So we don't want someone coming in at 1:30 that is probably belligerent. So we've just kind of cut the line at that place.
Some of my other suggestions to Soto and both bars is assisting or additional training for that front gate staff, front door staff, to help identify intoxicated individuals coming in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is identifying maybe some additional training for front staff to identify intoxicated individuals before they can come in. Obviously, they're monitoring the line, but as that line ebbs and flows or people are called away, having another person kind of assessing impairment might be useful. Also, I usually recommend and I think it would be important here to stay on the trend, is making records requests probably every month, every 60 days, to get your calls for service for police, so that you can see what the trend is. If it's been late at night, if it's early, if it's in the line, you can start mapping that early. And so they've committed to doing that on their own volition as well, to stay ahead of the curve before it gets here and they learn about things at this juncture. So those are some of the changes they're implementing and going to implement. And if you have any questions, I didn't want to step in, but I didn't want to forget that.
So is it fair to say that the majority of the incidences that you've seen, which I hear that you are addressing and think you've been successfully addressing, are happening like around bar time, close?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing else from me right now.
Alder Revere.
Thank you. Attorney Serwin, with your permission, I'll ask my questions probably of your clients, if that's okay.
I'll jump in if I get scared, yeah.
Yeah, if you object to anything. Well, first, let me just perhaps state the obvious, that I find it very sad to have you all in this position now. I've known you all for, 15 years or so, and obviously helped you open your establishments downtown, and it's just been baffling to me when I've heard reports from the police that things have gone so south at both of your establishments, kind of obviously different issues. I know we'll get into the other establishment later tonight, but I just wanted to hear from both of you, if you're willing to just share, why do you think, and I've heard, what your attorney said about new people you don't know coming to SOTO, but why do you think you've had, we could call it bad luck, or just why do you think we've had so many disturbances at SOTO in the last several months compared to all the other years you've been in business, or when Ted Gervasi, technically was the owner, but I know you worked there then too. Could I ask each of you just what you think the problem is, or what the reason is?
I can't say that I know specifically what's happening. We have seen a lot of people coming in from out of town. A lot of people from Illinois and a lot of people from Milwaukee, I think, are coming into Madison to go out. We've seen, we have kind of a core group of people that come in every week for years, and just this new group of people that we've seen come in that we've never seen before. Yeah. We also, I don't know. That's honestly the only thing I can think of.
A lot of the incidences, have been perpetrated by people who are not our regulars. And I don't know why they're coming up to Madison and coming into our bar to cause trouble. And it really, we're trying to figure it out and trying to figure the best way to address it. But putting on extra security has helped a lot. But our regulars don't cause trouble, because if they do, we ban them and they don't come back. So the core that's left are people that behave well.
So, yes, go ahead. Sure, Ms. Ortega. Yeah.
What Zach just reminded me, he's one of our managers. We have gotten way busier these past 2 years, and I think people just want to get in. And I don't know, it's causing maybe fights outside of people that are coming out, when we sometimes at the end of the night have a line that didn't come in because we're obviously at capacity. I think just the volume of people trying to get in.
They become a little disgruntled.
Yeah, but honestly, that's pretty much all I can think of.
So you're saying a lot of it are folks from out of town, and also that you're kind of victims of your own success, that you're so popular.
Bit, yeah. But the added security has been a really big help.
And when did that start again?
Right after tavern training.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what month that could have been? March.
Or 7th, I think, was the training, or right around the 7th was the training, and then. Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I had asked them that question earlier. March 7th or thereabouts was the tavern training, and then they had showed me some emails and communications where they had hired their 4 and then the extra 2. But the 4, I believe, was mid-March, and then I think they said the 2 extras were early April, maybe.
And then, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
We do commit to keeping them. We're
No,
And-
it's much better having these extra security people. Like, we're really happy we were pushed to do that because it makes everybody, all our regulars feel safer, you know.
And would you say that you have data from Patron Scan? I don't know if that's your scanner, is Patron Scan like so
Yeah.
many others
Yeah, we
downtown
have
use
that.
them, that show you that these are new clientele that.
Their IDs show where they're from, so we can see people.
Yeah, I mean, it's either me or my sister at the line every week. So I know people by name that are coming in that are regulars, and the patron scan will pop up. Are you sure this person wasn't here before? Because they come in so much. And then when somebody new is scanned, I can see how many times they've come in. And it's usually once, if that makes sense.
And were you saying that you or your sister are there every single weekend night at the door, like collecting the cover charge? And it's a big commitment.
But
Is it when you say, is it Thursday, Friday, every night you're open, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night that
No,
one of you is there? Or?
usually every Friday and Saturday. Thursdays we are usually not at Soto.
You're not as busy on Thursdays generally.
If anything, we're downstairs, not really upstairs.
Okay. Could you talk to us a little about how often you ban unruly patrons?
Every night.
Every single night you're open, you have experienced recently a problematic
No,
patron
well,
that you're banning?
We are pretty strict on banning anybody that gives us underage or like fake IDs. We'll scan it and ban them. We ban people that have been drinking in the line, and we don't have a month-long ban. We do a lifelong ban. So people are really responding to not drinking in line, in my opinion, because they don't want to get banned. People that have been in fights, we ban. Yeah, and we have the signs inside Soto as well as in the line, that if you fight, you're gonna get a lifelong ban.
You use your neighbors' bans as well that you see in Patron Scan, or?
Yeah. It'll pop up if, Chasers has a ban or Roxy has a ban.
Yeah, if you don't know how Patron Scan works, it'll come up with somebody, we scan a license and it'll show information like this person was involved in a fight in, let's say, State Street Brats, and then we get the choice to either let that person come in or not, and we don't. It's a potential troublemaker, and, we just turn them away.
So pretty uniformly, you do honor other bans that were sometime recent in other establishments downtown.
Because we have enough, like, really nice people who want to come in.
And obviously, you heard me ask the question of Officer Schmidt, his theories on what I just asked you to, but why you think you've had this really significant uptick when you weren't really on anyone's radar for calls for service, despite running a very popular, I'll call it nightclub, but anyway. And one of the things I asked was, did he think there's any chance that it's because you opened a second, club in the neighborhood? Could you two speak to, and I think you mentioned it very briefly, Ms. Ortega, but how the two establishments are different in terms of staffing and management or whatever? So I just wonder, are you and your sister spread too thin, for example?
I don't think so, because we take turns, and previous to Cielo, we were at the bars every night, basically, as well. We have completely separate staffs and separate clientele, and obviously separate managers that are able to basically take over when one of us has to be in Cielo or Soto. We've had managers that have been with us for 10 years. So we have total faith that if we're not there, it's not going to be devastating to us, if that makes sense. We do all the hiring and the training, and I will say that anytime that we switch anybody from Cielo to Soto, because Cielo's been so slow, It is never in a position where they check IDs or anything that would not have them be prepared to do that job. It's usually bar backing or a bartender, not any manager positions or anything like that, just because Soto is at a bigger volume.
And then perhaps lastly here for me this round, when did you say that you routinely close Soto Thursday, Friday, Saturday night? When did you say no new entry, no, last call? And
Soto, we stopped letting in at the door 1:30. We stopped serving around 1:50. And then Thursdays, bar time is not 2:15. So we stopped letting people in at the door at 1. And then stopped serving around 1:20. And Saturday, the same as Friday.
so it sounds like even though you don't have the specific condition on your license, you all might be aware that for many years, most of your neighbors have a uniform condition on their license about no new entry or re-entry on weekend nights after 1:30 a.m.
It's not a condition of ours, but
Right,
we,
because we chose, when we start, sorry to rudely interrupt you, but just for background for everyone, when the Madison Police Central CPT, Community Policing Team, came up with this idea many years ago, it was before the pandemic even, they determined that your side of Henry Street was not an issue, that they didn't have issues with anyway, the top of State Street just generally didn't have these sorts of issues. So like the Plaza Tavern and Soto were not recommended by the Central CPT to include in that uniform condition, but more or less everyone from Henry Street toward campus, University Avenue, et cetera, have this condition. It sounds like if we added that condition tonight, it really wouldn't affect your operation whatsoever because you do it voluntarily anyway, is that
do
right?
it anyway. This was probably 5-6 years ago. We had a couple trainings with Officer Bruss. And he encouraged us to do this just when Soto started getting busier. 4 years? I don't know. But then we've just done it for...
Ever since Rick suggested it to you.
We find it works at us helping get people out in like an hour-long stream rather than all at once, which causes problems, which used to cause problems.
And
So we don't have like our whole population leaving at the same time. So it's kind of crowd control and just it works for us to have peaceful people leaving, exiting peacefully and not all at the same time.
And you testified earlier about the conflicts outside with the line, the folks that can't get in and people are leaving, and that generally is always after midnight or not necessarily?
Well, they know by about 1 they're not coming in, right? And then they start to disperse the line.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'm not sure how the cameras work downtown because we have some ordinance about that, but did you have cameras outside pointing at the line? Okay, thank you. And that's all I have.
Just for the record, that was a yes.
Sorry, we have cameras pointing to both sides.
Yeah, pointing to Henry Street and Gorham. And that's how we're able to help Madison Police a lot, because people, even in cases that don't involve Soto, they'll be tracking somebody who committed something somewhere else, and they will want to know, was this person on the street or inside Soto? And we respond to all those requests.
Are there any other questions for our license holders? If not, I'll have you guys sit down for a minute and we'll call you back up. Attorney Zolovi, what is the city's recommendation for conditions?
The no bottle service shall not offer The establishment shall not offer bottle service. And it sounds like they already do it, but I think a condition regarding monitoring, active monitoring of any line that's outside. And that's all I can think of at the moment.
Committee, what would you like to do? We've got Alder Glenn.
Yeah, I agree with those two. I also think what Alder Revere brought up around the time of entrance for there, and then considering what the attorney said, what the officer said, and what we know, I think this would be another situation that maybe we have come back September, October, once the case closes, see how things went through the summer, follow through, and this case has closed.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Any other questions for staff? Alder Cole.
I'm ready for a motion. You guys gonna have to help me with it, but should not offer, establishment should not offer the bottle services, shall actively monitor the outside line. Should, no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. I don't know if that's what you meant, Mike, or all day, just so, seems like that's the language that established just for the weekend. And continue to work with MPD to ensure that a safety plan is in place and follow and report back to us for the November meeting.
Alder Revere.
I'll second renewal of both licenses with those conditions. I was just hoping though that the maker of the motion could articulate why she believes November is the best time to ask the license holder to return.
Sure.
For Soto.
I don't want to be here until midnight.
Pardon me? I couldn't hear you.
I just don't want to be here until midnight. I just trying to space it out to the next meeting. We have one in September and October and this November. But if you feel like we want to group it earlier, plus they have a case pending and all that stuff. Just trying to manage the agenda a little bit.
Sorry, I was just having a sidebar with the prosecutor to find out, what her advice was on when we'd ask the license holder to return, and you're comfortable with November? Yeah. So that's fine. I'm happy to second all that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Jim, if you could just read that off for us. He's looking up the date right now for the November.
I should have had that, but. You got it? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it is the 18th. Like, just give me one moment.
It's not the week of Thanksgiving for once.
I just need to look up the language we use for reentry.
Mike, can you read that off?
Yes, and I did research the exact language we use consistently in all these other licenses. It's quote, "No patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights."
So condition one, establishment shall not offer bottle service. Number two, establishment shall actively monitor outside line. Number three, the no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment, and then I'll finish the other one. After 1:30, yeah. And then number four, the establishment shall work with Madison Police Department on a proactive plan to understand ongoing issues and shall appear before the Alcohol License Review Committee on November 18th, 2026.
Did you say the active line? Monitor the active line, was that included?
The establishment shall work with Madison Police Department on a proactive plan to understand ongoing issues and shall appear before the Alcohol License Review Committee meeting on November 18th, 2026.
Okay, but did that include the actively monitoring the line?
Yep, that was
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
So we've got a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion around this? Seeing none. Any objections to approval with the new conditions? Seeing none, these items are approved. And so that brings us to item 22, which is the separated liquor license for MKKO LLC, doing business as Silo at 11-8 State Street with Agent Sean Ortega McKinney. And I'm sorry, I'm tired and my brain is offline. Attorney Zillivi, if you could explain to us why this has been separated this evening.
Well, hopefully you all be relieved that there's a stipulation between the parties to adjourn this hearing for this item. The attorney came onto the case a week or so ago. He made an open records request of the city last week, and that request has not yet been fulfilled. So he asked for an adjournment, and because he didn't have the records that he requested. If you are going to grant the parties stipulation to adjourn the hearing, I would beg you to schedule the hearing prior to the next ALRC meeting and not add it to that agenda, because our last meeting went until 11 p.m. and I think it's really difficult for everybody to sit and pay attention and listen to evidence and make decisions after being in a meeting for several hours. So I don't know if...
So that request for adjournment includes 22 and 23? So the liquor license and the interdisciplinary?
There are no operational issues with the liquor license.
Okay.
So that could be moved on with the stipulation that if the committee decides not to revoke the entertainment license and decides to put conditions on, that those conditions would also be on the liquor license. And I believe that.
Confirmed with my client, but yes, we expect that to track together.
Okay.
And I echo the sentiment, if we could have this on its own meeting, a hearing will just by nature last longer, and I'll have a few witnesses I need to call and present, and so it's just a whole different ball of wax.
Alder.
Yeah, I have a process question. So usually you present the charges, then the person says, I agree, don't agree, and we move to the hearing or not move to the hearing. So here we're saying we don't agree, we're moving to the hearing. Is that what we're doing? But we have this letter that we are not talking about it. What's going on?
Well, and I don't want to know if Amber wants to jump in, but this is not the same as a liquor license revocation hearing. It's a,
This is just for the entertainment one,
yes.
but we're going to apply to the liquor license.
Well, if there are once we have the hearing, if the committee decides, okay, we want to put conditions on the entertainment license, they have agreed that any conditions placed on that will also be placed on the license. So you can move the license on for renewal tonight because there are no issues related to the operation of the establishment. It's a unique issue related to the entertainment license.
So we have to make a motion to let go the liquor license or to just move on with the liquor license also tonight?
If that's what if you don't want to, if you are inclined to renew the liquor license tonight, you can do that and move renewal, and then it'll go to the next council meeting. And then on the,
And then we have some sort of a hearing that is not the same as the liquor license. And if we apply conditions, then that will go back to council whenever, and then the conditions get overridden then?
Right.
Okay.
So we've got
Oh,
Amber.
Amber is on the,
Yes.
I have one more question, but go ahead, Amber, please. Maybe you answer before I ask.
Yeah, so my recommendation is that you do take a vote on 22 to renew it and send it to council for renewal with the recommendation that if there are conditions placed on the entertainment license, they be added
Applied,
to the
amended.
liquor license. And then take a separate vote on agenda item 23 regarding the adjournment or the rescheduling request for the hearing.
Okay, so can I just motion the one thing and then save my question for the second item? So we can, okay, so move to recommend to council to grant the liquor license with the recommendation to apply to the recommendation that is there any conditions added to the entertainment license, they will be amended into the liquor license. The entertainment license into the liquor license.
Second.
So the motion is that we're going to move approval of item 22 with the condition that if any
Conditions.
are added to the entertainment license at a future date, that they will also be applied to the liquor license.
Correct.
And we have a second on that. Those, yeah, Alder Glenn. Who seconded that? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that the attorney for CLO did say that they agreed to that.
They did.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thanks. They agree with that. Any discussion on this? Seeing none. Any objections to approval? Seeing none, item 22 is approved. That brings us to item 23, the disciplinary matter for the entertainment license for CeeLo. And then at this point, Attorney McReynolds, what should we be doing?
Thank you, Chair. Well, it is up to the ALRC, but the parties have agreed to jointly request that a hearing be rescheduled for a different date for the reasons that Attorney Zillevi stated. And I would also recommend, especially since both attorneys have also mentioned this, that it be scheduled for its own hearing outside of one of the regular ALRC meetings because of the amount of time that will be spent with witnesses and testimony, evidence, things like that. So I guess in short, I would recommend if you agree to that request that they have stipulated, I would recommend a motion to adjourn this item to a future special meeting to be scheduled.
So I can make that motion. I have a question too, though.
Let's hear from Attorney Zillevi and
Okay.
come back around.
And if we could get that scheduled before the next ALRC meeting, because CLO has agreed to some conditions in the stipulation, and it's better for all parties concerned to get this done prior to the next ALRC meeting,
Which is June.
June 17th. And I'll add that I was told that the records for the open records request would be able to be compiled by next week, but I have to review them before they're released. So I mean, I'll drop everything and do it the day I get it. So I'm thinking nothing scheduled until after next week, which then, let's see, 5, 6, 7, which takes us to the week of June 8th. And ideally, not speaking for you, but ideally, I think maybe that Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, well, I think there's a council meeting, or Monday of the following week, just to give the attorney time to go through the documents once he gets them. If any of that made sense, my brain is barely functioning anymore.
Alder Cole.
Do you want a motion or the question first? I'm going to go with the question.
Go with the question.
Amber, so I get it. I understand that this is not the same hearing as a liquor license hearing, but are we just going to follow the same process?
I think generally, yes. I mean, I sent all of you the ordinance that has the parameters of the hearing. But as far as just how to handle a hearing,
That's what I'm talking about, because we created
Yeah.
I know what the ordinance says, but it doesn't give us the SOP for that. So
Mhm.
are we following the process that we put together for regular hearings?
I would think so. I just need to review it and make sure that there isn't anything that doesn't make sense with that. But I can do that pretty quickly, I think.
Okay, so yes, it would be great to have that be ahead of time. So I'm going to motion to adjourn item, don't know what the number is, 23, for the future special meeting to take place between after June 8th and before June 17th. I don't know, we don't have that much time, but Jim will send us a doodle thing, I suppose. Soon.
What?
You'll send us a doodle,
Yeah.
pick some dates.
Yep.
Thank you.
This is why we're not doing it late at night. What? So we have a motion and a second.
I would say, we did have registrants outside of this group. We had one for actually the last entertainment license I had mentioned, but I don't think we ever called on them, and they are in Zoom. And we have another one who's registered for this item that is also in Zoom. So Ellen Despens was registered for the Soto entertainment license, and I think we missed
Yes, we
allowing
did.
that. And then Kimberly's registered for the CeeLo one. Yeah, I don't see, unless Gregory is here in person, I don't see anyone else in Zoom.
Yep. So for Ellen, was she wanting to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
And Kimberly is just available to answer questions.
Okay.
I actually am here for the Cielo agenda item, not the Soto. I have nothing to add to that.
Okay. Thank you, Ellen. So, that will be up at the next meeting, that will be published for the entertainment license for CeeLo. Alder Cole.
So that will be a change for the process, then we were going to take testimony for a hearing process, right?
A disciplinary matter, we don't do comments for that. So we wouldn't have done comments for that.
So this person that wanted to speak, should we take her testimony now, or?
She'll be a witness.
She'll be,
Okay, well, that's good piece of information to have. Thank you.
okay. I think we've figured that out. I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
Can I just say
Oh,
quickly for a
yes.
point of clarification that I asked my witnesses to be on because there's no guarantee that you would grant the adjournment request, and had you said no, I didn't want to be sitting here with no witnesses, so.
We're trying to call people at 11:30 at night.
Did you do a no objection to the last item?
Oh, yeah, did we took a vote? Look at that. I don't know.
Any objections to adjourning item 23 to that Alder Cole specified
To
the special meeting of
to
the
adjourn to the
ALRC?
special meeting, yeah.
Seeing no objections, that is passed. Now we can, see, there's too many adjournment.
Okay, move to adjourn. And this second.
Second, seeing no objections to this adjournment, the meeting is now, has come to a close at 11:30 on the dot. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Sleep well tonight.